And hello and welcome to Testing Grinds 2. I'm here today. My name is Vincent and I'm joined with Crit.
Hey, what's going on?
And today we're just going to be starting off with our middle seeds. That is Massacre versus West Broadway Grillers. So we have the 12th and the 13th seed here, white smack bang in the middle. So we're going into our first game, Tower Control on the Reef. Would you like to anything about the map, Crit, you want to bring up?
Yeah, I actually I really quite enjoy Tower Control on Reef. I think it's a map that allows for your backliners to really kind of play a fun role and get creative, you know?
Yeah, we have here multiple choke points. We've got the bridge, which, as like we know, teams can jump down and get some map control. We also have alleyway beside the car, where we would generally see people jumping off down and down.
Right, and there are a couple points on this map, like especially with tower control. The tower goes through, like you said, so many different types of terrain where you have the choke points, you have the point where you're right below the bridge, you have points where you're out in the open, so it can make for a really back and forth sort of game, and it can also make for a really kind of diverse play style within the game.
Yeah, we've got those two checkpoints here on this map. The first checkpoint is pretty wide and open. We can teams can usually get past that first checkpoint. It's always that last checkpoint there that we have to wait and get through to see if a team can secure it. If you get past that last checkpoint, you usually get the game.
Right, for sure. I mean, but that last checkpoint is not easy to get past. Right, you are right in the midst of the tower is so open to so many different perspectives from around you. But like you said, if you get past that second checkpoint, it's almost always game.
Yeah, unless we can see the defending team pull out their specials just in time when they pass that checkpoint. No team usually gets past. gets to defend that. It's usually knockout game. Absolutely. And if not, it's usually quite easy to defend that kind of a lead.
What do you think we're going to see for comps coming out on this map?
I'm not too sure. I'm expecting some kind of a heavy coming out on the side of West Broadway Grillers here. Not really sure what the other team's going to pull out though.
Yeah. I'd love to see that heavy. I think that heavy remix can be really fantastic on this map here.
So we're getting started. With Tower Control on the Reef. Let's see what we get here.
Into game one.
So, it's a Hydra coming out here from West Broadway Grillers with not that much of a backline coming out from Massacre though.
No, right. Massacre looks to be playing a really midline centric sort of comp here, right? Because they've got the pro.
We've already seen the first pick come out here from West Broadway Grillers, getting a kill on the K-shot here.
And already at checkpoint 1.
Yep, but unfortunately, Nautilus has gone down inside the Massacre, giving West Broadway some chance to come back in. And unfortunately, it looks like Massacre has gone down to their players.
Oh yeah, this could be a big opportunity here. And look at that. Look at how much green is on that map. I mean,
yeah, we've already seen West Broadway's just past this first checkpoint here, and it doesn't look like much of Massacre's round to defend this push.
No, Massacre's 2 down, and 2 down. West Broadway.
We've got a pick coming out. One on either side now, and they passed this first checkpoint.
This could keep going, and
yeah, we see West Broadway falling back here, but they've got quite a comfortable bit of a lead already.
Definitely.
Already,
point falling back is just playing smart.
Yeah, but we're only like a minute and a half into the game, so it's still anyone's call.
Absolutely. But that 36 push is definitely nothing to scoff at. They're sitting in a good position right now.
Yeah, we see Massacre starting to pull out on their first push here. Not much of Westbury to be seen.
No, and just like that, the map is all purple. This could be a big push too, but I think that if Westbrook could really set up a good defense with that Hydra.
And we've already got 2 picks coming out from this Inkjet here. Sam trying to come in and stall this push, just stopping.
Wow.
And doesn't look too good for Westport. Really.
It looks like Massacre's about to take the lead. And there it is, just like that. Just like that.
This second checkpoint here being still quite an easy one to pass. You don't really see anything until this third checkpoint. Westport.
Wow. And just like that, a lead that looked, a push that looked so good is just gone.
It's just gone. Here we see Westbury trying to push back up, but unfortunately they don't get picked out by 3 of Massacre, just getting ready to defend this push. See if we have bomb coming out.
And
but that is lead taken back over by Sportway, doesn't it?
Wow.
And that is also the final checkpoint. As we said, there isn't much you can do after this last checkpoint here.
No, this might be it. Oh no! West Broadway's 2 down.
2 down. It looks like Gem's not going to fall back here. Gets taken out by 3 of Massacre.
Wow.
Down
4 points. And like we said, that is not easy to do. Once that tower gets so close like that, that is not easy to stop that push.
Yeah, we've seen Massacre here trying to get some map control, trying to push back in. But this is also quite a hefty lead to easily defend.
Oh, absolutely.
But it stops. We only have a minute remaining in this game.
1 minute remaining, and it is not going to be easy to make this comeback all the way up to 4 points. Like we said, getting past that checkpoint is not an easy thing to do. And
however, we do see 3 specials online. 2 of them currently popped coming on the side of Hysteria, trying to get past this last checkpoint. But unfortunately, one of them does just go down.
Yep.
Leaving us in pretty much a 2v2 situation here.
Yeah.
We are trying to get a pick. You can see 1 pick coming out from Sam here, trading with the other team's not.
And it looks like West Broadway's going to stop that push.
Yep. At this, we see West Broadway fighting in tower, just trying to keep some map control, and that will be game 1 going to West Broadway.
There it is. I think it's really it says a lot that they were able to stop that push once it got so far, but on a map like that to make a push that even gets down to such a low number like 4 is so hard to do, that to make that comeback would have just been so insurmountable.
Yeah, they pushed down to 4 remaining on the side of West Boy. That is quite a simple lead to keep control of.
Exactly.
And
I really thought we were going to see the knockout once it got down that low, but
unfortunately we didn't. And we're going here into Splatoon's Piranha Pit as our next game. What do you think we might see coming out from these teams?
I would really like to see that Hydra again. I think that Hydra actually played a really fantastic role in stopping some pushes before they could get too far. But is that the right pick on something like Piranha Pit Zones? Probably not.
Probably not. I totally expect to see some sort of heavy coming out on the side of West Broadway Gorillas if they're going to have a backline. Just because the Hydra isn't that maneuverable in this kind of map. We've got both our ramps here, keeping all the action pretty much in the center.
Right.
Trading
but, the thing about Piranha Pit Zones is this is a map where you can play so aggressively and get so much success out of it. So who knows if we'll even see a true backline.
Yeah, and we're going in. I'm totally expecting Massacre here to pull out their mid-line comp again.
Absolutely. I think it would work very well on air. Oh, and we do see the Hydra coming out again on the side of West Broadway.
Yeah, it's quite a surprising pick. However, we do see a Bamboo as well coming out the side of West Broadway.
Interesting. And we have the exact same comp coming out from Massacre.
Yeah, we've got the same comp. Quite midline. We don't have that knot anymore though.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Looks like they're switching that in for an ends up. As we know, armor is pretty much meta right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And plus, just the sheer amount of turf coverage you get with that ends up is fantastic for something like this.
We're already seeing one pick coming out from Sam here on that Bamboo. Not much control here for Massacre as one gets picked out by a bomb.
Nope, we're seeing a lot of green here. Oh, 3 down! Wow, what a fantastic... and the full team wipe coming out from West Broadway. This could be big.
They're probably going to need their specials to do a push back in, but we see a lot of green on the map right now.
Absolutely.
And we see the Progue on the side of Massacre going down. We've got one trying to come back in. Doesn't really get the picks.
And now Massacre's 3 down again. Wow, and that's the game. Just like that. That was so fast.
Yeah, Massacre didn't really have much of a foothold on map control getting back in.
Right.
And then that team pretty much cemented them. They came back in, didn't really get specials, and we just saw West Broadway just picking them off.
Absolutely, and by the time that team wipe happened, I mean, West Broadway was down to 32 points left. It is so hard to build up specials and make a coordinated push in such a short amount of time. I mean, I can't think of really any teams that would have been able to make it back from that.
Yep.
So you're going into Rainmaker on Snapper Canal.
Yeah, we've got quite a central bit. We've got pretty much 2. Well, we've got 3, but we pretty much only ever see this Rainmaker being taken down 2 paths here.
Right.
We have them going down free mid, going up that ramp, or being taken over to the left-hand side, trying to go up that wall. Both 2 pretty narrow choke points to get free.
Absolutely. What do you think? Are we going to see the Hydra come out again from West Broadway? I would love to see that all set.
I don't. Well, it's working for them right now, so I wouldn't be surprised by it. But also, this map, you've got the purchase, so it's quite viable.
Absolutely, absolutely. And let's see, here we go, going into Game 3, Rainmaker on Snapper Canal.
Yeah, we see that Hydra pretty much the same comp as last time coming out. But Massacre going back to the knot this time.
But now they're pulling out the K52 gal.
Yeah, we've seen it dropping that K shot, and we've already seen Massacre taking the Rainmaker pop, getting a good bit of paint down already with it. Oh, Sam.
Ooh, and there's one pick.
Taking out a pick here. And we've got West Broadway pushing up, and we've got a wipe on Massacre. This is going to be quite a good time to get a push in and get a lot of points on board. Unfortunately, saying that, Commentators curse, they get picked out right as coming up that ramp here. One of those choke points, as we said.
Of course, but that push. Oh my goodness!
To be picking up.
Is it?
Oh, 1 point remaining for the gem.
It's unfortunate to see that happen, but that push to 1 is nothing to scoff at. I mean, this is going to be a very difficult comeback for West Broadway to make.
Oh, West Broadway here in the lead still.
Oh, I'm sorry.
West Broadway is actually in the lead here, and they're still applying all this pressure on Massacre. Not get one game pick by hook or trade with Devi, but they're still pushing out, and that's gonna be game as Sam sneaks in and dunks that Rainmaker.
Wow, just like that, an absolutely dominant performance on the side of West Broadway.
Yep.
And again, it's just like in game 2 where we see they all they need is that one team wipe, and they can really make good use of that. You know, they took that opportunity and did not let it slip away from them.
Yeah, we saw the map control in Splatoon. As soon as one wipe, Massacre had their one wipe, they didn't really have much way to push back in. And then that Rainmaker game, they popped it to one remaining, and no one was able to reset that Rainmaker. So it was just there waiting for them to come and take it and dunk it.
Right. And you know, it looked for a moment like Massacre was about to pick up that Rainmaker once it got down to the 27 mark, but just like as if from out of nowhere, West Broadway came back in and made a second push, and then came back in and took it all the way. I mean, that was just a fantastic performance.
Yeah. We saw Massacre picking off members of West Broadway, but they didn't pick them off in time for not give them jumps. So we just saw jump after jump coming in from West Broadway.
Right. Absolutely.
Applying that pressure.
Yeah, I think that it's you know, I have to give a lot of credit to Massacre. They were getting picks, you know, they were doing well in the team fights, but the thing that West Broadway had on their side was they were getting the picks at the right time, right? They were doing it at the times when they needed those opportunities to continue pushing.
Yeah, and as we saw, those picks surmounted in Massacre just not getting a foothold back onto objective. So, yeah. But that's gonna be round 1 here.
And what a fantastic way to start off this tournament.
Oh yeah, West Broadway showing that they still are a very high level team.
Yeah, absolutely.
As always.
Absolutely.
And these are also our two middle seeds, and we've got more to come, folks.
Yeah, imagine what we're going to see at the highest seeds. So what teams are we going to see playing next?
Well, we are currently playing in a Swiss bracket, so we're not going to really see any teams go out until we move out of the Swiss. So we have a lot of teams here. So we're not going to see anyone in particular, go out of our Swiss stage. But if we're just looking at our standings so far, we already have Arctic Moon free zeroing Red Sun and Persistence free zeroing the Inklings, with everything still quite handily in the middle of their matches.
Fantastic.
So,
and it looks like we have a lot of returning teams, and also excellent to see Xanadu in the bracket too today, who took low ink this weekend.
Yeah, unfortunately Xanadu didn't get to check in on time, so they're actually not playing.
Oh, that is unfortunate. I absolutely love watching them play.
So that is a slight bit of an F on on the side that Battlefy, just one of those days.
Yeah.
But we do have a lot of returning teams, some from Low Ink. We've got West Broadway, who is a previous winner. We've got Persistence, who has been second and then third in Low Ink before.
Yeah, definitely excited to see more out of West Broadway. I mean, watching them play is always a treat. We have Splat Force here. They're always fantastic as well.
Yeah, we've got some pickups here coming out as well. NA plus UE plus AU equals DC. Not really sure where this pickup comes from. I really only recognize one team here. They've already taken a 3-0 win over Dread.
Oh, so they've got to be you know, at least able to hold their own, right?
Yeah, they're taking the upper half of our seeding today in our tournament with 10th seed, going up unfortunately against the 15th seed. Yeah, I think, folks, we're going to take a slight break, and we will be back with round 2 shortly.
And we are back with the second round here of Testing Grounds. So we're going to be seeing Cataclysm versus HELIX. What do we think about these two teams?
These are quite different seeds. We've got 18 versus 9 right now with Cataclysm versus HELIX.
Wow.
Saying that, HELIX, if I'm not mistaken, is a relatively new team, if I'm pretty sure. So there is still all to play for. We don't know, and we're also going on to clan bits on Macomart. Macomart being quite the agreed upon map for average favorability in this game.
Absolutely, and especially with Clan Blitz, I mean, I feel like the field of play is so small, it makes for a very, very kind of exciting game. We could be in for something really, really interesting here, and let's see what we got for comps.
Yeah, we've got...
Ooh, it's a Tri-Slosher coming out, alright.
Yeah, one of those weapons which made a comeback after the slight buff it got, being at the start of Splatoon 1, being with its original buff being quite overpowered, but let's get into this game. Oh, there's already a double coming wall. Oh, there's a triple. Can they? And we see the last one here, the heavy jumping out. Even quite a good setup here.
Absolutely, this could be a very good opportunity for HELIX.
Yeah, HELIX already scoring the first clan, but they are starting to get picked off already.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the push is going to go too long.
Yeah, Cataclysm here on that box, starting to pick off the members, pushing them back. Not much of the lead, only getting down to 77.
Yeah, there's still a lot of room for Cataclysm to make a move here and make the comeback.
Yeah. Oh, we see the slotting machine just jumping right in and trying to get a pick. Expelling that splashdown though. Getting
alright.
a few picks.
Here we go. We see the pick start to come out. Could this be the push that they need? But yeah, HELIX does have a power clam.
Yeah, HELIX does have that pit. Does have a power clam. We don't. Cataclysm doesn't really have their pity on anyone right now, and they've already lost map control, so they're already falling back.
Yeah, that is an unfortunate thing to see. You know, they took map control, and it looked like they were in control for a moment, but they just didn't have the clams at that time to make the push they needed.
Yeah, maybe having a few too many members fall down, trying to make that push happen. You see a splashdown denial coming in here.
Yep.
As we see two going down.
Tri-Slosher getting that pick, and
yep. HELIX is already up on top on the snipe here of Cataclysm's plat. However, we see Cataclysm starting to push back in with all this orange paint.
Yeah, slowly but surely though, HELIX is building up a bigger lead, and it's going to be harder and harder for Cataclysm to make this comeback. Down to 48 now.
Yeah, we're down to 48 here, but we still also have a full power clan worth of the penalty, and you've also given...
in the first barrier break.
First barrier break. Are they going to be able to capitalize on it? One gets taken down.
Down to 59. This might be the end of that push.
That's probably the end of that push. We don't really see anyone coming down. One trying to get someone more here, trying to get a sneaky clam and failing, getting picked up by that heavy. Or Hydra, my bad.
One sneaky clam would have taken the lead, but looks like it's not going to happen just yet.
Yeah.
But just like that, look how well Cataclysm has brought this back.
Yeah. But they also, both teams having basically a full clam of penalties, so they're going to need more than one clam power clam to get anything in.
Right, just breaking the barrier wall. Oh my goodness! Down to 8 just like that.
We get down just to 8 here. Oops. Sneaky clam going in, 5 remaining.
Love to see that.
That's quite a considerable lead, but with only 2 power clams really needed now to end the game on the side of HELIX. Cataclysm trying to get some map control. They haven't had much footing in this game, and they're already having 2 members fall down.
2 down.
3 down.
Down now. With 1 minute left. Helix is showing a really good performance here.
Yeah, he is showing pretty good performance here. And unfortunately, they don't really have much map control on the side Cataclysm. They have clams, but they don't with that pity up back. But no one doesn't really seem to be taking it.
Right. I mean, if you look at the side of Helix, one thing that they've really done well here is they have a map control centric comp with the Tri-Slosher, the N-Zap, and the Octo Shot. I mean, it's really good for something like this. But just like that, just as I say that, Helix is now 2 members down.
Helix 2 members down. We see a splashdown coming out. Is there going to be enough power clams to get this last one open? Unfortunately, Hydra's able to pick up. And we see Cataclysm pulling back quite far behind the map. One going down already to trade. But Cataclysm is starting to look like they're getting a push done, and as soon as I say that, they get the last 2 members really get picked off, and that's pretty much the end of that overtime push. We're not really going to see anything.
They still have a power clam, but this is not going to be easy. No way. There's so much map control on the side.
There's so much map control on that power clam. We've gone up for 30 seconds. Just
there it is.
That last 3-man wipe basically called the end of that push, because at that point, you can have one person try to sneak in a clam here.
Yeah, and like we were just saying, I mean, when you look at this match on paper, Helix coming in at seed 18, and Cataclysm seed 9. Oh, Helix was seed 9. I'm sorry, and Cataclysm is seed 18, correct?
Yep.
Oh, fantastic. Oh, okay. I thought that Helix was coming in from the lower seed and made that incredible performance.
No, but we're going now into tower control and Anchovy. What do we expect here in terms of comp?
This is, I'm guessing we're probably going to see those 2 Splatlings again, or some sort of backline weapons. I mean, this is a map where there's that big area in the center where there's just so many viewpoints for a good backliner to really, really take control and really kind of make plays for their team.
Yeah, this map for a backliner, if you're while in mid, you're pretty helpful trying to get those picks, but as soon as you've got a team starting to push in, the positioning options you have as a backline with a heavy or a Hydra starts going down.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, though. The backliners are great for defending on Anchovy games, but not good for pushing, right? Like you said, when you're in mid and you're on that tower as a charger, as a Splatling, you can't really take those picks like you would be able to if you're defending.
Yep. I'm totally expecting Helix here to come out with that pretty heavy map control comp again. Getting quite a few picks in that last game.
Yeah, it worked so well. We don't see the Tri-Slosher, but we do see a couple of the same weapons coming out.
Yep, still quite a frontline centric comp here coming out from Helix.
Absolutely. So we see one charger, and the Jet Squelcher, I think, is a really interesting pick.
Yeah, burst bombs, and we have that GG ready of course when that end of the game comes.
Oh, and both teams are 2 down now.
Yeah, we've got both teams coming 2 time. Nautilus getting pick. That is a delayed wipe here on the side of Helix. We see Violet starting to push up, trying to avoid that ray.
Yeah, we see that ray right up the tower. I mean, that can shut down a push, but it looks like we are still going.
Yep. So we've got some specials coming out. One's already down on the side of Cataclysm. We've got their front line down. There isn't really any frontline weapons to go off. We see them not trying to jump, trying to get back, and that's essentially that push now done. They've gone their first checkpoint over, which is one of those longer checkpoints.
Yeah, that is definitely a difficult point to get past. This is going to make their second push a lot easier, but I'm interested to see if we can see the tower go the other way now.
Yeah, we're seeing pick for pick coming out here from both teams. As one from either side go down as the respawn.
It really is. It's amazing how even the picks seem to be coming out right now.
Yeah, we pick for pick. No team is. We see here Cataclysm getting a good, relatively firm hold of mid.
Yeah, they have a nice bit of map control. I mean, like we see, they have that splat charger, and like we said, that splatter scope rather, and like we said, that can be really good at shutting down pushes. So if they can just prevent HELIX from making a push of their own, this could be it for them.
Saying that, HELIX, just as you're saying that, try to do a special push here. Getting a good chunk of the members of Cataclysm down, starting to push up now. Cataclysm just respawned. They're not going to have really any specials to defend this push with.
No, they're not. We look at that, not even close to the Stingray.
Yeah. We see Linkjet trying to get some picks here on Snipe, not really getting anything. However, 2 of HELIX do go down, and that's pretty much a wipe.
Yeah, that's the end of the push, but they did take the lead.
Jet trying to get out, gets out, but unfortunately this splashdown is going to get, this jump's going to get cancelled here. This is still quite a either side game.
Absolutely, we see Cataclysm really trying to push up hard. It looks like they're just trying to keep HELIX from being able to get into the game at all.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, is a good strategy.
Yeah, we see another push coming, and it looks like lead is going to tilt her back in another team, but until you get to that last checkpoint, there isn't really, like, this lead is still pretty easy to get back.
Absolutely.
As we said earlier, back lines on this map when you're doing a push aren't great. We're going to see this scope on the side of Cataclysm jump back.
You know, it's been such a back and forth game so far, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the lead change hands again.
Yep. Unfortunately for Cataclysm, they didn't get past that second checkpoint here, so they're going to have to start all the way again from mid if they need to do another push. However, saying that, we are only 30 seconds remaining in the game, and Cataclysm really only need to defend this game. They already have the GG ready.
Down with HELIX is all the way is full wipe with less than 30 seconds left.
Yeah, and we see Cataclysm here with that Ray ready on standby to defend this. Saying that, HELIX isn't really making much of the ability to push back in right now, all stuck on their plat.
Absolutely not, especially with that Stingray.
Yeah, saying that, we see Cataclysm pretty much wiping HELIX just as the end of the game there, not even needing that Ray.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, when you get to so close to the end of the game where you need to make that push, it's so easy to make little mistakes to you know, run in too fast, because, you know, if you don't run in fast, you might not have the opportunity to make a push at all.
Yeah, at that end there, we saw HELIX all on their plat trying to get back in, but they didn't have any specials to push back in with.
Right, Cataclysm made it very difficult for them. Yeah,
and by jumping in without your specials and having Cataclysm just waiting for you to drop like flies, you're just going to get picked off.
Absolutely, and you know, it's going to be a big confidence booster on the side of Cataclysm now. You know, taking a game off of such a higher seeded team. I mean, I'm very interested to see what happens in Game 3.
Yeah, we're now moving on to Splat Zones on Albacore Hotel, which is a map that's not the easiest to push into. That mid, where that zone is pretty much the center of control.
Absolutely, and like, if Anchovy Games is a map that's good for backliners to hold defense, you know, Albacore Hotel is that times 10.
Yeah, you have either side ready for a backline to pick off, and we see both teams
E-leaders.
Both teams opting to bring an E-leader out. I wonder how they're going to perch this.
This is going to be an exciting game.
Yeah, well, you already see the first E-leader trying to get those picks out. Not much going on. We see Cataclysm getting one pick out already. One layer down. There's another one. Oh, and we've got a flank coming on this charger.
With the Glugas, what do you think about bringing Glugas into zones on Albacore?
You're not. This team doesn't have much paint. Their most painty weapon on their comp is their mini Splatling. They don't really have much paint. Whereas you've got the Octoshot and also that Junior coming out on the side of HELIX here.
Right.
HELIX starting their push with Cataclysm, getting it down to a hefty start of the lead, considering it was 1 minute into the game. We see Mini already picking out a member, trying to go in, get the corner here with these dualies.
Yeah. You know, this Mini is really putting in work. I'm surprised. Like you said, this Mini is really the only paint-centric weapon on that comp, but really they were holding it down pretty well. And of course, just as I say that, the Mini gets taken out.
Yep, of course. But yeah, not much in terms of mid from either team right now.
And could we see the control shifting?
Yep, you see control shifting back over to the side of HELIX. Inkjet coming out. We've got 3 of the members quite close. Gotta take down that Inkjet. Starting to push back into the zone. See Violet take down another one. Only 2 left on the side of HELIX.
Yeah.
Starting to jump back in.
And that was so fast. You know, I gotta say, Cataclysm, you know, while on paper, if you look at these comps, you would think that HELIX has the clear advantage. Cataclysm is doing such a good job of stopping the pushes as soon as they start.
Yeah, we're seeing here Cataclysm able to pick off the members as they come back in. HELIX not really being able to get their specials together to really put in the push they need. Saying that, they are starting to get some points back on the board.
Yeah, I mean, all HELIX really needs is one good opportunity to hold this zone, and this could be it. We have 1 down on the side of Cataclysm, and now 1 down on HELIX. Again, we're just going pick for pick here.
Yeah, and we've got lead switching back over to HELIX as we see Cataclysm taking back control, trying to get some more map control. That Splashdown gets 1 pick. Junior
they don't have a big penalty. I think that they could definitely take the lead back.
Yeah, they've already gone for their penalty. This is going to be a tilting seesaw as it goes back into the lead of Cataclysm. Cataclysm trying to get those picks out. There isn't really much map control here for HELIX to push back in. Trying to push back in the side. They do get the map control.
Just get like that.
Get that penalty that they really need on the other team. Saying that, just like the seesaw on this map, the zone goes right back over to Cataclysm.
Absolutely. And again, look, this Mini now coming in for the flank. This is fantastic to see. I mean, that is what they need, you know? At this point, they have decent control over the zone, and I really want to see them just push up, and they are now just totally shutting out HELIX.
Yeah, HELIX is going to need to do something drastic here if they want to stop this push. 1 going down on the side of both teams. However, only 2 painters from HELIX coming in, and that is going to be game. As we see a knockout coming out from Cataclysm, taking this, ending this in a 1-2 set in terms of to Cataclysm.
Absolutely, and I think it says a lot about Cataclysm's ability to strategize and to get the picks at the times when they need them, that they were able to take something like Albacore zones with a comp that was so un-ink focused. You know, you would think that would go to the side of the team that had the Octoshot and the Junior.
Yeah. On Albacore, we really only have most of the paintable zone in that middle corridor, where that zone is smack bang in the middle. So there isn't much ink that is needed to get that zone. So,
yeah, that is a good point, and I think Cataclysm knew that going into it, and they were really able to capitalize on that by bringing out, you know, a comp that was more focused on being able to get the picks when you need them, and you know, on being able to just keep your enemies back rather than push back in.
Yeah, as we saw with that drop in paint, we saw a good chunk of range coming out on Cataclysm, so they've been able to pick off a good chunk of their members coming back into zone trying to cap it. So HELIX didn't have much of a ability especially with the range of that Junior. The range of the Junior isn't much. It doesn't, like, you can't take down a splashdown with that weapon.
No, absolutely not. You know, it's like we said, it's great at painting, but it's not good at getting those picks. It's not good at really making the big pushes, and that's what they needed.
Yeah, we saw a few attempts of the special push coming out on the side of HELIX, but we didn't. But unfortunately, Cataclysm was just right there, ready to take back a zone, pick them off. Inkjet comes out, goes in. Free already waiting for them to pick off this Inkjet.
Yeah, absolutely, and you know, I mean, like, to see Cataclysm get that win coming from such a lower seed is really fantastic. I mean, that could be a big boost to their confidence going forward in this tournament as well.
Yeah, saying that, we are playing in a Swiss tournament. Seeding doesn't mean that much. It means a bit, but we have seen upsets in Swiss tournaments before where lower seeds have gone back up top.
Absolutely, and I wouldn't be surprised to see it happen now.
So that is it for round 2 of testing grinds. We've got a bit of the wait, small wait moving into round 3. Currently, some quick scores on the board. We see our NA, EA, AU equal DC pick up 3-0ing Persistence. West Broadway is unfortunately losing to a 3-0 against Mictlan Heroes. So it's still, like, we're only going into round 3 of this term. There is still anything to go for in terms of how we want to see seeding end up and moving into top 8 at the end of the day. Absolutely.
And you know, if the rest of the tournament is anything like what we've seen here in these first 2 rounds, this is not one that you'd want to miss.
Yeah. It also comes to show you seeding is not perfect in this game. Seeding is very much still subjective.
Absolutely. And you know, this game is, you know, the thing in Splatoon is that it's so easy for one tiny opportunity that is taken advantage of, or one tiny mistake that is made on the side of one team to just turn into a victory.
Yep. So I think here we're going to take a small break until going into round 3, but we'll be back with you shortly. And hello and welcome back. We are now at round 3 of Testing Grounds. The two teams we have here is Royal Court and Lost Inklings, and we are moving on to Rainmaker Starfish. This map, what do you have to say about it, Crit?
I mean, I love watching games on Starfish main stage. The opportunity for flanks here is really fantastic, but something that I think makes this map really unique when you're playing Rainmaker on it is that, you know, just the ending where you have to take it down into that little kind of gully to get to the goal makes for some really interesting kind of choke points. And it's really cool to see what teams can do with that.
Yeah, we have two main choke points here. Going that ramp down an alley, there's two ways going into it. Then that gully itself before going back up. We've got two choke points right next to each other.
It looks like, is Royal Court missing a member? They have.
Looks like we have a DC. Looks like we have a DC. Well, I'm not too sure what DC rules are, but we will just have to wait and see what happens.
Yeah.
Looks like we're just going to get a knockout.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it.
Unfortunate for the start of the game. Looks like we got a nobby. Looks like we got a DC just as the game started, unfortunately.
Ooh. Yeah, you hate to see that.
You hate to see it. But yeah, talking about this map, as you can see just right there, the Rainmaker pop is one of the more crucial ones on this map.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just look at the colors we see on that map, right where the Rainmaker popped. I mean, that whole stage of Starfish main stage is painted instantly.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that's so flat that getting that Rainmaker pop is pretty crucial if you want a good chunk of map control at the start. And saying that, we're moving back in and on the weapon select. This shouldn't take too long.
Now, what are our rules here? Are we going to see the same comps coming out?
I'm not too sure. I'm expecting the same comps to come out, but we're just waiting on Lost Inklings and get started.
This map's an interesting one once you really get into it, because like you said, it's flat, but there are also a lot of obstacles, a lot of kind of corners to hide around.
Yeah, we see teams taking the left and right flank all the time on this map.
Absolutely. All right, getting back into it. No DCs this time.
Same comps as we expected. Both teams coming out with a relatively frontline comp. Bit more midline coming out on the side of Royal Court here.
Yeah, we do see that Bamboozler on Los Inklings, which I'm excited to see what they're going to do with this.
Yeah, this weapon took quite a bit of a hit during that patch. Not as much as some people liked. Basically just you now need to learn how to counter ink, and saying that, we've already got 2 picks coming out on the side.
Wow, and a big push right out the gate. Look at that. Look at that, all alone, still making that big push.
They've basically gone right through that gutter, as you were saying. No one really there to stop them with those two initial picks.
Right, I mean, that's what was so interesting to see about that. It was like they just ran right by 2 of Royal Court's members.
Yeah, and seeing that, we're seeing Royal Court trying to get some map control back here.
Yep, and the flank
gets picks one out, but nothing much coming from that. Dewey's taking on it.
Wow, you know, we don't need, like, Los Inklings is at a point now where they don't need to make a big push.
Yeah, they've gone quite a hefty lead on this map.
Right, it's not easy to make that 25 mark, so this could very well be game.
Yeah, we see some specials coming out here from Royal Court, trying to stop this push. Lost Inklings opting to stay back, play it safe a bit, trying.
Look at that, and going right around.
Going right around, but they're going into a pincer. Rainmaker gets taken down. They've got two down on the side of Lost Inklings now. But still, map control. There isn't. Well, as I'm about to say that, Royal Court has a good chunk of map control back.
It happens that fast.
This game is really fast-paced. We already see 2 teams of Lost Inkling ready to jump down on that Rainmaker to stop that push. And stop that push they did. So I say that is basically a wipe on the side of Lost Inklings, and they're going to take the lead. Taking out ramp, they're at this point, this ramp, you pretty much have to take it all the way to the podium to get a win on the side of Lost Inklings.
Oh, absolutely.
So, some map controls, nothing much going on here. Which Lost Inklings trying to get the map control, maybe pushing him a bit too far. Already got enough specials online from.
And just like that, Rainmaker's taken down.
That Rainmaker's taken down. Not a lot of Lost Inklings there to try and do that push, and that push that never started isn't going to happen.
No, and just like that, you see that Tenatech failing to get the Inkjet camp there, the super jump camp.
Yeah, 2 on the left hand side just went down, so that is a wipe on the side of Lost Inklings again. Here, Royalcourt being able to get a pick, get started to push up pick, and they're still going to be able to continue doing this push, opting to do the push instead of hanging back.
While it's dangerous, it also, the worst mistake you can make in Rainmaker is think that the game is over too early.
Oh yeah, this Rainmaker is the fastest mode in this game by far. You can knock this game out within the start of a clip.
Absolutely, and that's something that I love about spectating Rainmaker is it's never over until it's over.
Oh yeah, this mode, the tides can turn so quickly. Here we see Lost Inklings coming back down, trying to get the picks, but both 2 down on either team, and then this Rapid Blaster is going to be able to pick off this Dually Squelchers going back in. There isn't really anyone on the side of Lost Inklings to come back and get this Rainmaker. That one goes down.
25 seconds left.
25 seconds down. This is quite a lead. You will be able to defend this lead. We see side of Lost Inklings players trying to flank around, getting spotted out by the Rapid Blaster here, trying to be picked up. Lost Inklings picks up the Rainmaker, but there isn't really much he can do. Saying that, Lost Inklings has a DC now, and they have to keep playing, and that is. But saying that is in a game, and my bad, that was Royalcourt having that DC with that 52 again.
Wow.
However, that DC not really mattering because they already have lead, and the game is pretty much always already over.
Yep, and like we said, we saw once Lost Inklings was down, we saw them trying to make those flanks, and there are such good flank points, but like you had said, Royalcourt was just ready for it. That Rapid Blaster was hanging back, watching those flanks, and that's really what you have to do. That map, while it's great for aggression, if you don't have at least one player who can hang back and who can watch the flanks and make sure nobody's sneaking up, you could have problems.
Yeah, with that Rapid Blaster, the range that weapon gives you, while it's not a instant kill weapon, you can just hang back. You've got the range advantage on that CVS coming in, trying to pick you off, basically shutting down any flank that tries to happen. And saying that, we are now moving on to Clamblitz on Humpback, a map that is very hilly with a lot of trenches. So I wonder what we're going to see coming out from either team here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of short-range weapons here, a lot of aggressive weapons. But of course, there, like you said, there are a number of hills on this map which can lend themselves pretty good to backliners.
Yeah, and we usually see a heavy coming out here. I wonder if we're going to see any kind of backliner coming out from either team here.
Maybe we'll see that Bamboo again. Oh, we got the Nautilus.
We've got a Tri-Slosher, and we've got an Aerospray coming out on the side of Lost Inklings.
Aerospray, that's interesting. And the Slosher Deco, too. I think that's a fantastic choice. Like you had said, there are so many hills on this map. So to see the Tri-Slosher and the Slosher Deco come out is not surprising at all. That is one weapon that is, actually can have an advantage from a lower point.
Yeah, it looks like it's actually a vanilla slosher here, so one team already throwing in a power clamp. This is early on in the games. They've gotten one down, but are they going to be able to capitalize on this push? It looks like Royal Court, my bad, Lost Inklings here isn't going to really get anything more than that initial clamp. Saying that, they did get a few clamps in, but they took a heavy hit trying to do that push.
Yeah, right. It's a good start and it's a good opening, but like you said, if sometimes a push that doesn't get you enough points can really benefit the other team more. It gives them an opportunity to get the wipe. It gives them an opportunity to pick up clamps.
Yep.
And we're seeing that here as Royal Court now has 25 clamps.
25 clamps. We see a jump in, gets that in, avoids that bomb.
Just like that, down to 45. Just like you said, this map goes so fast.
This map is
down.
This map essentially that pushes over now, and let's see what's coming.
Full wipe on the side of Royal Court.
Granted,
that is a good push still.
Yeah, Royal Court has been able to get that push down to 33 remaining, which is a hefty lead for the first single push. Sometimes, say that we see Lost Inklings trying to do the get up on their plat and give jumps strategy coming out here. Equals trying to pick off some players, getting the lead again.
There we go. That is one of the things that I really love about Clam Blitz on Humpback, being that the distance between the two clam baskets is so short, and that there are so many little hills and trenches to hide behind. A push can go so fast. If you have, say, multiple power clams on the board and you have all your members hide right by the basket, you can just get them all in one after the other immediately. And it looks like that's what Royal Court is trying to do right now.
Yeah.
2 power clams coming in.
2 power clams coming in. But if I was Royal Court right now, I would, after getting this lead, what I would be concerned with is where on earth is the other team? Because right now, Royal Court's issue is every single time Lost Inklings has been able to push back up onto their plat, giving a jump in, saying that this basket still has just closed. And Lost Inklings took a few squids down there, trying to defend that push. So we're not going to see that instant baller ready on the plat to give jumps.
Right, not this time. And immediately, Royal Court has 1 power clam back up. They had 2, but 1 got taken out.
Yep. Yeah, we're seeing here Lost Inklings trying to get some map control. Royal Court is probably pretty content with their lead right now. They've got it down to 8 remaining, saying that they are starting to lose a lot of manpower here.
Yeah, and Lost Inklings has a big lead on clams right now.
Yeah.
That's going to be the push that never really was.
The push in there was. You've done that one push in, but your issue now is you've basically given Royal Court another free power clamp.
Absolutely, with 1 minute left in the game, Royal Court now, because it's just like we saw the same thing at the beginning of the game when Lost Inklings made their first push. It feels good to get that power clam in, but if you don't have the tools...
I think it's the end of game here.
There it is.
There it is.
That's it.
Lost Inklings there, only being able to get 1 power clam in it, might have just done them there, because as we saw, you've given 2... The Royal Court has 2 power clamps there, and they've just jumped in and finished the game. Absolutely.
And it's like you say, a small push in a mode like Clam Blitz can almost do more harm than it does good.
Yep.
Especially when you're coming from a point where you have, say, a penalty on the board.
Yeah, we're here. We see tower control on Shellander as our next map and mode. Glass on this map.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. I really think that tower control here is all about getting past that second checkpoint.
Yeah, this if you can secure that second checkpoint in this map, you can handily defend your lead. Saying that, it is totally possible to squeeze past that second checkpoint if you haven't pushed it down to that last. If you push down to that last checkpoint, you have game. I wonder what we're going to see on the side of both of these teams, because most teams will usually put a backliner onto that glass, a heavy, a charger, what have you. But we haven't seen.
You can even see a Hydra come out.
Yeah, but we haven't seen either of these teams really bring out a backline.
No, that's a good point. I think the closest thing we've seen to a backline was we had the Nautilus and the Bamboo and the Jet, but even those are not really true stay back and pick off backline weapons.
Yeah, but both of these teams haven't really shown that they've used a backline weapon. Most of these weapons are really more geared to midline. So we are starting now, and let's go and see what these two teams pick out.
Absolutely.
No backline.
Bringing out the we do see a heavy remix on the side of Los Inklings.
Yeah.
Royal Court seems to be sticking with what they're comfortable with. They have the Nautilus and they have that Rapid Blaster again.
That Rapid Blaster again. Probably looking around, going to take picks. That Nautilus already picking off someone coming through that right hand side.
Yeah, I'm seeing something I really like from this Nautilus right now, and that is that they took the initiative to push up and get that map control ahead of where their team is. Now when they take the tower, it's going to be that much easier for them to make a real push.
Yep. Here we see a bunch of specials coming out on the side of Royal Court. Starting to get that push.
Survivability on Los Teresa right now with that heavy remix is just fantastic.
Yeah. We probably I'm expecting that heavy remix to have a lot of run speed right now.
Absolutely, especially on a map like Schellendorf, run speed is crucial for your violence.
Saying that Rapid Blast picking off that heavy, just as we say that.
Yeah, and they weren't able to make as big of a push as I thought they were.
Neither team making much of a substantial lead in going into the first 2 minutes of this game. It's still really anyone's game at this point.
Absolutely, 100%. We're like you said, 2 minutes in, and we are yet to see a real big push. I mean, it's just been these small little pushes back and forth.
Here you see two down coming on the side of Lost Inklings here, giving Royal Court a bit of a chance to get this push started. Saying that,
there's checkpoint 1, and now they're going into this choke point. This is where it's really hard to push up. This choke point is very friendly to defenders.
Yeah, and as we say that, we nearly have a wipe coming out on this side, and we have a delayed wipe coming on the side of Royal Court. Los Inklings defending that second checkpoint very well.
Yeah, but can Los Inklings make the push back?
Yeah, with Los Inklings still has to get past this first checkpoint. 3 players from the other team have already convened around tower. There isn't really much you can do except dance around trying to avoid.
And again, we see this heavy remix. I mean, just taking so much fire and being able to get out of dodge.
Yeah, and also it's finally past that first checkpoint. That's going to be key. So getting to that second checkpoint now is, if you can get past the second checkpoint, you might be able to claim this game. With how back and forth so far it's been, we're going into the last 2 minutes.
Wow, and only a push down to 67. I mean, it very well could stay here. This looks to be such a small push, sort of back and forth stalemate here.
Yeah, Tank Jet coming out here, trying to pick off the heavy with that survivability that we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that really is lending to their team being able to make a good push, because and just like that, we take the lead.
Yeah, we've got Los Inklings here making a 3-person push into that right hand side.
Yeah,
so that lead.
that survivability on the side of that heavy splatling is going to matter a lot, because it means that you're going to see those booyah bombs a lot more often. And the booyah is really good in tower control, where it's just a straight up get away from the tower tool.
Yeah, if you can pop it quick enough, say that, you can still shred a booyah bomb coming down at you.
Absolutely.
Still coming out pick for pick from both teams. We're going into our last minute here. Lost Inklings having 2 down on their team right now. Trying to tower, not much really going on. We see the specials coming out now from Royal Court as one goes down. 2 left.
They are trying to make that push, and it doesn't look like they're going to do it.
Oh, maybe not. Maybe we will see something here.
Actually, yeah.
Some jumps coming in. Pick for pick.
5 seconds remaining.
5 seconds remaining. Oh, that will kill Arrow from the blaster. And that is...
Wow, what an exciting last game. They were so close to taking that lead.
Yeah, so close. That game was so back and forth. Look at that. 48 to 49. That was still technically anyone's game there.
Absolutely. I think if there were 10 seconds left, 10 more seconds on the clock, we may very well have seen an entirely different outcome.
Yeah, just the sheer map control. No one really had much of a control on map. So you went in, and then it was just a back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. Both teams were doing a really fantastic job of keeping the other team occupied enough that neither of them were able to really take true map control there, which is a great thing to do, but at the same time that prevented either of them from being able to really focus on map control.
Yeah, it was by just each team player getting their picks. You didn't see either team get the foothold that they needed to push this down past second checkpoint, and that second checkpoint being that choke point, you can get Lost Inklings with that heavy getting on glass, so you can just sit there, wait for someone to go on heavy, and just pick them off as they get through that, trying to get through that second checkpoint here. But saying that, I think that is round 3 wrapping up. We're going to be moving to round 4, but that is us.
Yeah, so we're going to be taking a little break here. Next up is going to be K-Bot and Fusion to keep it commentating for round 4, and trust me, if the rest of the tournament is anything like what we've seen already, and I have a feeling it will be, you want to stick around and you want to see the rest of these matches.
Yep, so that is me, Vincent, Lady88 on Twitter, and Crit Success.
Yep, at Crit Success _ on Twitter.
And that is us for you tonight. As we said, K-Bot and Fusion will be taking over, but we're just going to send that to a quick break here. Thank you very much.
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Testing Grounds 2. We're still here in the Swiss stage with 2 more rounds left to go before our top 8 bracket, of course. My name is K-Bot, and I'm joined by Fusion. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
I am doing quite well. I have been itching for some Splatoon after not playing it for a few days, and I am excited to see what we have in store for us here tonight with Testing Grounds.
Exciting to see what we have in store here as well. We actually have 2 teams that are towards the top of the table right now that you might not have necessarily expected. Cataclysm has gone 3-0 so far tonight, and they're going up against Persistence here as we get loaded on. So this is one of those matches at Swiss that is actually towards the top of the table. Both the teams, I believe, are undefeated, or I think Cataclysm is undefeated. Persistence has 1 loss. So still trying to make sure that they solidify their spots here for the top 8 bracket in a bit. But we'll be starting off on Splat Zone's Blackbelly Skate Park, and this is Tri-Slosher City Fusion. I'm expecting to see that here.
Oh, absolutely. If you're going to bring anything strange out, basically anything can happen on Blackbelly. You might see a couple tries. You'll probably see, like, I don't know, an X-Blow. You might see even, like, a Luna Blaster. Who knows? Anything goes over the top here, and you'll see teams really fighting for that top control. But I think I'm kind of hoping to see, like, an X-Blow, something with a little bit more range. A lot of teams go all aggro here, but we'll see what happens. Ooh, a Dynamo coming out on one side, actually. Interesting.
Dynamo
on both sides.
Yeah, so you're going to have a little bit of long range, but perhaps not to convention. Also, Inari opting for the Firefin Splatter Scope here to provide a little bit more of that extra range, trying to neutralize the rest of this aggressive threat from the other side.
Yeah, and you see Stormy here painting up that jail, trying to get in the left side, but it seems like the left side was already taken. And actually, nope, hang on. Sorry, there's a Dynamo over on that left side, but really, without any help, Stormy's going to have a very hard time getting over that top into mid. And you see them fighting for the left side of the map here, Green all the way on that left side, and a couple members go down. This is probably going to be zoned the other way, and they're going to probably be forced back shortly.
Yeah, this is one of those things that we see generally on, Blackbelly Skate Park, is that things, especially when we're in the neutral state, are going to be heavily contested. We're not going to see very high-scoring pushes go either direction. As Stormy is trying to move forward here a little bit more, is going to back away, now has the armor to fight a little bit for the rest of the team, but they're really having a difficult time pushing back in here. It's a 2-down situation, making it a 3-down situation, so that should be the caps now for Persistence. They are going to get them, and hopefully they can start with a lockout phase. Yeah,
that was really nice on the side of Persistence there. They actually took the entire left side of the map and set up that flank, basically. They really didn't drop control of that side of the map for the entirety of the game since the start, and that's such an important part to hold. Mori's seemingly caught on their own there, but they're actually going to land that splashdown, neutralize the zone, and probably allow their team to come in, take that other zone, potentially. So Mori's in a pretty decent position if they can get a pick, but they get double-teamed with that jump coming in.
Double teamed with that jump. The Ink Armor is going to come on through here for Persistence, but they're the ones that go 2 down. Unfortunately, here is going to try to get on this jump is Neo, but those are the Tetradulies able to slide on away. Here is Mori. Neo's going to go ahead, get in the face of those Tetras and able to find that one. But again, very neutral, going back and forth here a little bit between these 2 teams. Neither team's really built up that much of an advantage. Neither team has really put their foot down for that lockout phase yet.
Yeah, this is what you see on Blackbelly a lot. Scores in the 60s, holds for so long. Inari totally caught unaware. Perhaps a little bit out of position there as gets slapped with the Dynamo coming in on that left side. 3 down, go down on the side of Cataclysm. And this Dynamo is really just wreaking havoc in the base there. Another pick. This Booyah is going to stall for another good 10-15 points. Really, this is not looking good at all for Cataclysm. A second, a third! And this is disastrous.
Disastrous here as Mr. Woke tries to step on forward, but is getting bullied by the opposing Dynamo, and you'll notice that this is the lockout phase I was talking about, and this is where things start to get very scary here on Blackbelly Skate Park. You'll notice how far forward that these green team members are pushed forward. It's a 2-down situation for Cataclysm. It's now Violet step down to the zone. 3-down situation, though, for Cataclysm, and that's going to be the lock of the zones and the lock of the game on over to Persistence.
Yeah, and that Dynamo sure was persistent getting up into the face of Cataclysm there. That area in mid, just in front of the enemy spawn, weapons like Bucket, Dynamo, Blaster, they can all take such great advantage of that. And Lucio did a really great job. They got a couple quick picks. That Booyah is especially good at stalling, and that really sealed the deal for them there.
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, the Dynamo nearly came out of nowhere. Like, obviously, you could tell that, who was it, Inari was just kind of minding their own business back there on the back line, and here comes a Dynamo out of left field, just coming up from behind you and smacking you in the face. And then from that position, Persistence was very easily able to set up the lockout after they had the complete wipe on the other team. And as I mentioned, Black Belly is one of those where it's going to be very neutral when we're in, a neutral situation, but it's going to get very snowbally very quickly if you do get to that lockout phase. So props to Persistence for closing that one out. We're going to see if they can keep it up here on Rainmaker, Sturgeon Shipyard.
Yeah, last game I was a little bit hesitant to call out that the Dynamo was on the flank there because I wasn't sure what side of the map it was. I had a hard time kind of figuring that out. And that was... Nobody expects the Dynamo flank. Second only to the Spanish Inquisition. But here on Rainmaker Sturgeon, I'm wondering if we saw Dynamos on both sides here coming out. And this is a pretty interesting map if you're going to play Dynamo. You could probably hold that top right pretty well. Rain down Paeans, nobody can take the block. But not exactly sure what we're going to see here. Any thoughts, K-Bot?
It'll definitely be interesting. I think Dynamo is probably one of the more little weird weapons to play on Rainmaker. Might see these things pull it out, but no, we're actually going to see no Dynamos on either side. Instead, opting for very much short-range weapons. I see a Rapid, I see a Sploosh 7, I see the longest range is a K-Pro here in this lobby.
Wow, this is an amalgamation of random weapons if I've ever seen one. Just what I like to see. I love that V-Rapid Blaster, that Splat Bomb Rush, way too good. Mori with a quick pick. They're probably going to find the second one as they drop on Stormy in the pit. They're going to get picked out, but Lucio's the last and is going to have to jump out, actually to a beacon, a very well-placed beacon, I might say, as this brush finds a quick pick and is able to slow down that push into the top left, or top left from this side. Very nice play there.
Mr. Woke stepping forward, has no support of the rest of the team, and goes on down to Stormy. But as you mentioned, very nice play. They're on both sides, and that's one of the things about Cataclysm so far that I'm noticing is that they're doing very consistent early game pressure and early game just aggression in general. So interesting to see coming out of them, but now we're going to see what the response is coming from Persistent. Looks like it's actually going to go ahead and get stopped at that 86-point mark. We're still plenty early in this game. Violet's going to be dipping and diving around so many shots here with that Sploosh 7 as Lucio tries to pick up this Rainmaker step a little bit further forward, but Persistence is going to go ahead and go 3 down. That will be the end of that push.
Yeah, this is actually looking a little bit awkward on the side of Cataclysm there. Okay, it was a little bit, but then that hammer came out and was able to clear out that left side. They're actually 2 up on Persistence here. If they're able to find this pick on the right side, it'll be clear path for the Rainmaker towards that sponge, but time is ticking. And soon Persistence will be back in that top left, and this will be a little bit of a hard push again.
That was ticking. I wonder if it would have been beneficial to have that Rainmaker picked up here, as we noticed that some of these members really just aren't doing much for Cataclysm right now. They're kind of just sitting in the middle of the map where they could be picking Rainmaker, trying to zone some of these members away. Had that Splat Bomb launcher was just now popped, and now it's a 2-down situation for Persistence, which should allow this push to come on in from Cataclysm. And it looks like Mr. Rose is going to go ahead and dive on up the left side, but a little bit disjointed here is the rest of the Cataclysm, opting for multiple different ways. As this top left is going to get cleared out here a little bit more. Mori's, although coming from the far right side, trying to get the jump on Sponge, but is not going to be able to complete that jump. Popped back down to not even past that 55-point mark.
Yeah, Persistence there almost had a good push going. They actually were able to get 3 of those picks. Every time you try and take that block on that left side, you need to be careful. If one member's sharking, that could just spell the end of the push there. They were unable to really get it far on that top left, and they weren't quite able to get it over that sponge there, which would have gained them an extra 20 points, I think, 10-15 points maybe. But yeah, because of that, Cataclysm, Persistence on that side is going to have another chance to push back into mid here. A couple trades going down, and overall this is just looking pretty neutral so far, just like the other, just like the other game was for the most part.
Specials getting flung either direction. Sora going to go down here in mid, but Mr. Woke going to get taken down the other direction. Stormy and Mori in the 1v1. It is going to go in the favor of Stormy in the favor of Persistence. This is a 3-down situation for Cataclysm right now. They're going to go ahead and take this opportunity to step on forward, but they have to be careful of that Rapid Blaster. Was able to apply the chip damage necessary to stall out the rest of this push. Buy a little bit more time for Cataclysm to come on back through, and now this jump is going to be made so much more difficult when you've got so many bombs getting thrown at you for Persistence. They are going to be able to get up, but we'll see how much further they can go. And indeed, Mr. Woke is going to be there to shut that one down with the fall-off damage of that Slosher.
Yeah, that Booyah Bomb could have been really, really good. Actually, Neo, I think, is going to be able to make up for that and grab it and take the lead. But the Rapid Blaster, yet again, is going to be able to shut down that push. That Booyah Bomb, like I was saying, could have been able to stall enough for the lead, but they sneak it through anyways. Unable to stop it in time, and it still looks like there's the hammer, the sploosh on that top right side, and it's going to get run for another 20-30 points all the way to the pedestal.
Respawn.
Couple trades going down. Oh, sorry.
Respawns are so staggered right now for Cataclysm, and it looks like they might have finally come up to something here. Mori's going to get taken down. Stormy starts to step on forward here to try to continue applying this pressure, trying to continue getting those points down on the mark. But I think that's the end of it here finally, and perhaps a little bit of breathing room for Cataclysm now. But they have to go the offensive soon. Wait a minute. Lucio was starting to step on forward with that Octobrush, was taken out. But again, perhaps have to be a little bit more careful right now if you're Cataclysm. One of the most dangerous things is just to leave that Rainmaker sitting there. But now they have to rush towards mid, because the rest of these members have prepared for it. And as you see there, Sora, with that sploosh, is able to take down 3 of Cataclysm, make that the complete wipe. And now Persistence has a pretty strong hold on this game.
Yeah, this is extremely difficult to deal with. That's Blue sharking in that snipe area there. Very hard to dislodge when the longest weapon on your team's a range blaster. That can't reach it from your spawn. This bucket's going to get 1, but that's not going to be enough. They're going to try and run it back to spawn, which could prove dangerous. If that hammer's still alive,
no,
they missed the shot.
Hammer Yeet does not connect, and that is going to be Persistence take the series. We are going to be playing all 3 games regardless, but props to Persistence for taking both these games in rather convincing fashions.
Yeah, after a bit of neutral, it felt like Persistence kind of just found their groove. They found a couple clutch plays, and were really able to hold the rest of the game as soon as those happened.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think they lived up to their team name on that Rainmaker push.
Oh, yeah.
They were just continuing to jump on in, continuing to try to pop the Rainmaker, try to push on forward just a little bit further, despite all of the defensive opportunities there that Cataclysm was trying to throw back the other direction. They were just persistent. They were the ones that were able to pick up that Rainmaker and take it down to that 12-point mark. So good stuff on over to them. And yeah, interesting to see what they're going to have for us here next as we go to Clan Blitz on Wahoo World. We'll see if they can keep up a long, persistent Clan Blitz push.
Oh yeah, this is a pretty tricky map. This is a pretty tricky map when it comes to long pushes. Clan Blitz Wahoo World is just such a long open area in the middle. It's very difficult to get from mid to the basket, and as soon as you get to the basket, you drop into a gigantic death pit. And really, you need like a full wipe, potentially more, to hold out there. So the pushes have really seemed kind of like small individual plays, and I feel like you really need a lot of special coordination and just momentum to get large pushes going on this map.
Yeah, we'll have to see, again, if those large pushes come in. We'll see. It seems like Persistence probably has the upper hand in terms of those large pushes. They seem to be just winning a couple more fights, and they seem to be taking more decisive action on the whole. So, as they continue stepping on forward and being persistent in the series, we'll see if they can carry that one forward. I'm sorry, folks. That's just the most low-hanging fruit you can possibly grab as a commentator. They're persistent. What more can I say?
I mean, you're persistent as well in these puns.
That's true. They're not even puns.
I guess I got the ball rolling in the first place, so I'll take the blame for this one.
Cataclysm taking the time to ready on up, making sure that they are mentally set. Any game is going to help your case as we get further and further along in these Swiss stages, especially when you start talking about some of these tiebreaker scenarios and trying to break into that top cut. So if they can win the next game here, they'll be in a slightly more favorable position heading on into some of those tiebreaker scenarios that we all know and love Swiss for. I say love with a large amount of sarcasm. You can't tell, but we are going to go ahead and hop into the game. Mr. Woke going to go on over to the Nautilus this time around for Cataclysm.
That's a very interesting pick. That Nautilus with the Inkjet could provide some long-range, quick-killing power, which they might have been looking for, especially on a large flat map like this. This armor is just going to come in, not quite get Persistence that top mid. They're going to have to drop a couple of picks. They all seem to drop into that right side, and they go down one after the other. Lucio's moving up to the basket. It's going to drop a beacon, and this is going to probably snowball from here. Another pick.
Another pick coming in from Persistence, but the other thing to note is that they did go 2 down in the process. So, while they were able to get a decent bit of mid control, a decent bit of claim control, they're not going to be able to build up as much as one might expect here, or at least Persistence. And now they're going to have those specials at the ready. The Ink Armor comes on through, and they are going to go ahead and step on forward to that barrier. Lucio going to try to come around from the other side, has 1 clam at the ready, but is not going to be able to step on forward to get that into the basket in time, and instead opts to back on away. Actually, finding a bit of a distraction for Neo to step on forward here to this barrier, but only going to be 1 power clam and 2 extras for change here in for Persistence. And the ball perhaps is now in Cataclysm's court as they continue moving on forward here, trying to get some map control back.
Yeah, all those clams spawn in that little carousel on the bottom there. So having top mid control, being able to watch over that area is such a big deal. Cataclysm pops some specials. They get 1 pick. Violet gets 1 pick on that Inkjet. The second goes down. Doesn't look like a third's going to go down just yet. And they do not have enough clams to really start a push yet. And Cataclysm actually kind of stalling on this push here. They're having a hard time just getting to the basket, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
That said, their power claim is also rather far behind. 1 down situation right now for Persistence, as Inari is going to build up another power claim as well. Ink Armor comes on through, and that's going to be what Cataclysm needs to step on forward. If we take a little bit of zoom out, Inari was the only one that was able to get in here. Violet now able to provide a little bit of extra follow-up as another member of Persistence did go down. Mr. Woke trying to approach from this side here as well, but Cataclysm just doesn't quite seem to be all on the right page. They're not quite all in the right place at the right time. Mr. Woke's going to step on forward, add in a couple more clams, and so they're going to be able to get the lead, but perhaps we'd only call that the technical lead, as it's only going to take 1 power clam and I believe 1 extra clam to flip it back the other direction.
Yeah, that was kind of it felt like a little bit of a weird play. I saw one of the members on Cataclysm's side actually turn around from the basket when they seemed to have 4 clams. I think they could have capitalized a little bit more on that push, gotten some extra lead, but honestly, they'll take what they can get at this point. Very nice pick from Woke. Holding down that mid area, trying to isolate this 1 member onto the plat there, as they are able to do that, but are not able to find the pick in time, and get themselves in a bit of a weird position here. This Inkjet not quite able to get anyone. This armor is going to really put a damper in this push, and this is kind of awkward for both teams here. Bloodbath coming out.
It really looks like, actually now,
wow,
it's going to work out in Cataclysm's favor. They were able to get 3 down situation on Persistence. Violet has to play hurry up here to try to pick up a couple more claims, get it back into the basket. And they are going to be able to find a little bit more follow-up here, so well done by Cataclysm. Slush is going to come back in the other direction, and Stormy is going to try to continue working with Persistence to clean the rest of this up. It looks like they've done just that. I think originally it looked like Cataclysm was just trying to hold the line closer to the Persistence base to me, and then Cataclysm was finally able to break on through once they had a couple more claims at the ready. But now we'll see exactly what happens here on the other side, as Stormy is going to go ahead and pop the armor for the rest of the team as we try to charge back into mid. But Persistence really used that armor very prematurely. They're not going to have it as we start to get closer and closer to the basket. I guess they're running double armor, so it'll be up here in a bit, but neither one of those are really that close, and perhaps a little bit more of an engagement from Cataclysm is going to come on through here now as we see a couple specials getting popped for them. Inkjet flying high in the sky right now for Violet, and is not going to find anyone picks, but they are going to be able to break the basket.
Yeah, I think part of that not pick is being able to just kind of slowly move forward, just hold the line and just slowly advance it, and that's kind of what they did. When Persistence popped that armor, they were not able to move into mid, and Cataclysm was able to slowly push up and really extend that lead. And really, it's all going to come down to this push for Persistence here. After this one, they're going to have a very hard time getting any number of clams nearly close enough to take the lead. So it all comes down to what happens here as 1 member goes down on the left side. Lucio's a little bit unsure about what to do as 2 of his team members go down, holding the missiles on for dear life, and now it's probably going to come down to an overtime push. Really going to need a miracle on the side of Persistence.
Absolutely, because you're starting to notice all the map control going back in favor of Cataclysm here. They don't have Persistence right now, doesn't really have control of top mid. Stormy's trying to come around with a flank here, and it is going to be Mr. Woke getting taken out. That's a long range Nautilus threat that's going to be taken out. Ink Armor's going to come on through here for Persistence. They try to continue charging on forward. Stay-on situation. That is going to be Splat Bomb coming on through as Mori tries to step on forward here with the Junior. Is able to find a double, and that's going to be the wipe onto Persistence to seal the deal. Cataclysm finds 1 game, but will end up losing the set. It's Persistence that'll continue staying a high here in the Swiss stage.
Yeah, I think very nice use of, well, I'd say very nice team play, as they tended to hold on to their plat whenever Persistence hopped back into mid. They really denied Persistence from getting onto their plat at all, and that's such an important spot to hold. We noticed Persistence kind of tried to push from the bottom left side, and in the end, it was specials and really just a bunch of people grouped up onto that plat that were able to ring down paint and seal the deal. But very nice job to Persistence for taking that set despite that last game. So very nice set coming out from both teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the other thing I think I want to comment on about the last one there for Cataclysm is I think they did a very nice job of holding the line, right? And perhaps that's something that we don't talk about nearly as much as, oftentimes the lines are very flexible, but in that specific instance, especially when perhaps you might have a little bit more of that long range advantage when you're looking at, more shorter range weapons on the other side of the map, I think that's one of the things that's going to be very beneficial for you is making sure that you're just holding things down and not really being able to give up your ground, right? Or making sure that you're no, I'm not moving. So they were able to hold their ground very well there, and actually that little bit of surprise aggression almost coming in in that push. I think it was the last one that Cataclysm made that kind of really swung the game in their favor. As they were the ones to step on forward. I really think it's something that it didn't look like Persistence was expecting, and so props to Cataclysm there for sealing the deal on that one. But yeah, I mean, well done to both teams. You can tell they're obviously both deserve to be here at this stage in the tournament. So good stuff to them.
Absolutely.
So I believe we'll be taking a short little break while we get prepared for our next round. It is going to be round 5 of Swiss coming up here in a bit. So don't go anywhere, folks. We are going to be right back. Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to the final round of the Swiss stage here in Testing Grounds 2. Of course, I'm K-Bot, joined by Fusion, and we are jumping right in this one. The teams are running right through. We've got HELIX versus Arctic Moon, and these are two teams that are probably locked inside of the quarterfinals. It's the 5 versus 6 seed, so unlikely to change depending on exactly how tiebreakers shake out, but a win here definitely locks your spot.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be an interesting match. I actually have not seen, well, this is just me, but I have not seen too many of the members on the side of HELIX in a while. We used to scrim Arctic Moon quite a bit, but I actually have not run into the members of HELIX all that much. So I am curious what they're playing and what they're going to bring to the table here as we jump into tower control on Manta Maria. Interesting combination here.
Interesting combinations. One of those maps that perhaps you're in for a little bit more of the long haul, right? It's quite a trek to get to the opponent's spawn point here on Manta Maria. So it should definitely be interesting to see exactly how these two teams adapt to that. Of course, HELIX is, for reference for you all, HELIX is a relatively new team. They're just formed, I believe, within the past week, actually. But a lot of these members are rather familiar with one another. At least I know Chase and Carrot, I believe, are carried over from a previous team of Optimum. So they're coming back and they're coming on through here to this event. But we'll see exactly what these two teams have to provide here. We'll see what kind of a fight Arctic Moon can put up. One of those teams that we know is very consistently a threat in a lot of these events as they continue to be on the grind. But we're hopping right on into it, and that is an Ink Brush on the side of Arctic Moon here, in addition to a Hydra, the two complete opposite ends of the spectrum here in terms of range.
Oh yeah, this is, I mean, if there's anywhere that's Hydra City, this is Hydra City. Hydra just kind of goes up onto that mast where you see him chilling right now, and they just rain down paints. They push you out. They just keep firing from now till the end of time. Not quite able to get that pick here, actually. Dropping a little bit too close. Carrot getting that quick pick there, but it seems like actually Arctic Moon is coming out on top here. Twig with another pick. They're not able to get that last one in the street, and if that brush can finish them off, that could have opened the way for a push, but Lilium here is actually going to be able to get a quick pick into mowing them down and swing the momentum way back the other direction.
Well done there to Lilium in order to pick up the next couple. Latios trying to stay alive here on this left side, pressuring the last member away, and perhaps opening the door here for a HELIX push back the other direction, as now Specials are starting to get targeted there. Going to be able to find that one on Itato, and now trying to find this last one here onto this last member, as now they're going to try to step on Torb. They're making sure that they're covering all of their angles here. The NZAP's going to go down. It means we're not going to have an Ink Armor here soon for this side of Arctic Moon, but now HELIX is continuing to move on forward here, and they're doing a pretty good job of it so far. Booyah Bomb's going to get thrown down here to try to zone some of the rest of the members away, and down to the 52 mark at touching the second checkpoint. Well done push there to HELIX.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that they were really able to get control of that like top right area and push in from there. But they never actually really lost momentum, and I think that's part of the power of the Flingsel roller that they brought out here. And we haven't mentioned that yet, but if there's anything that can hold the bunk, it's a roller. The roller just kind of sits there, can flinging over the wall, and most importantly of all, provide jumps. But Latios here actually getting a couple quick sneaky picks after leading that initial push in. Unfortunately, they're going to have to back out there, but I think that's a smart move. They jump back into Carrots, and it seems to be returning to neutral here, but 45 is quite the lead. But but to be fair, for Arctic Moon, they didn't break the checkpoint. This could be big, as actually 3 members go down on the side of HELIX there, I thought.
Yeah, last one jumping away for HELIX there too, and so now the Ink Armor is going to come on through as Arctic Moon tries to push on forward. They are going to touch the second checkpoint. They're looking to try to get through it and clear it for the lead. Have to be careful of the flank though. Latios is going to go ahead and be able to get taken out, and now it's a 2-9 situation even still for HELIX to make the 3-9 situation as Garrett goes down as well. That's almost certainly the lead here. Lilium going to try to do all they can to get the fall off damage, but is just not able to find it. The second checkpoint cleared for this squad. of Arctic Moon. They're going to look to continue pushing on forward as another incomer comes on through with them. Chase snapping on in, but it's going to get taken down just as well. 3-down situation once more for Helix, and Arctic Moon is just storm and wipe for the end of the game right here, right now. Last incomer coming on through for them as Tato's going to go ahead and step on forward, pull some pretty cheeky brush plays, gets one with a splashdown actually, and down to the 1 point mark right now. All it's going to take is one more step on the tower, and they're not able to find it. The game stays alive, but a well done push for Arctic Moon.
Oh yeah, once you see that that Hydra Splatling up in that bunker staring you down from their Eagle's perch, you really have no options there. As we saw Lilium just having to back up and not having anywhere to move, and that's kind of what happened to the entirety of Helix there. And meanwhile, actually, Chase is going to try and take control of the bunker, not able to actually get a quick pick that flings a roller. Unfortunately, looking like a wet noodle, not able to get that pick.
It's one of the things, too, though, that it looked very close. Okay, Spectators playing tricks with us right now as well, as Dark was about to fall off there, but actually wasn't. Gets the assist there, too, with the incomer kills on that splashdown, and so now it's a 2 versus 1 on the map that's going to allow it for Helix here maybe to get a little bit of push going, but they have to get to that knockout position, and from what we've seen so far, that's going to be very difficult to do. They have to be able to approach this Hydra here, and right now, they don't have any answers except maybe Latios' Inkjet. The Hydra's actually the last one up, though, and so that's going to be the second checkpoint cleared here most likely. As soon as we get our attention on back over to the tower, they are going to get past the second checkpoint. Dark's going to go down here just as well, as Helix is going to try to continue pushing on forward. 28 seconds left to go in the game. This very well might be the last push, but a Slap Mom is going to be able to take down a couple of members. Latios is the only one here on the tower and is going to get taken down by Tato. Tato stepping on forward to try to get this remix, is able to find the pick on a Lilium, and now trying to turn their attention back over the tower. That's going to be the last one going down for Helix, and that is going to be the push stopped to the 13-point mark. It is going to be Arctic Moon walking away with this game 1.
Yeah, there's too much distance between Helix and the tower, and at that end there, Chase was able to get a very clutch pick with that flings a roller onto the brush, but unfortunately they were not able to hold it for long enough. They focused a little bit too much, I think, on pushing the tower immediately, and really, in order to clear that last checkpoint and just ride it to the goal, you gotta get up onto that mast in the enemy base, get in their face, but that's such a hard feat. Even even Arctic Moon was not quite able to do it on the other side, but they were able to hold it out. That's one of those situations where you can rest pretty easy, because almost no matter what you do, you have specials to answer, like in a last-ditch effort, as the tower rides into that little pit at the end.
Yeah, and there's so many little corner plays and setups that you can do around those corners and be in safe positions to try to apply some pressure on the defensive side, especially on Manta Maria, as that tower gets closer and closer to your spawn. And so able to seal the deal there was Arctic Moon, but we're going to head on over to Splat Zones on Piranha Pit, which is always, I think, one of those interesting ones, one of those games that can tend to be very neutral, tend to be very stally. So we'll see exactly who comes out on top here. Probably not going to see a Hydra if I had to guess, though.
Probably not. I think I'm not super familiar with what these players generally play, but I would expect something like if they do enjoy Splatlings, I would expect something like a heavy, maybe with that Ray, or even a ballpoint. Ballpoint's a pretty comfort pick on this map. A lot of range to cover, just that extra movement with the Splatlings can give you. But I guess we shall see.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. And that's one of the things that I want to comment on here is talking about the movement, right? Where you might think, oh, okay, the zones don't really move around K-Bot, so why would we have to move? But at the end of the day, being a little bit more mobile, being a little bit more versatile on the whole is going to be very beneficial as we continue moving on forward and trying to apply pressure from multiple different angles, trying to shut down your opponent as you notice that they're starting to make a certain push. So, of course, mobility is going to be in the name of the game, and mobility is surely satisfied by the custom jet Squelcher. You mentioned the Stingray. This is the Stingray main weapon, as well as providing that mobility we were talking about.
Yeah, and interestingly, you see it on both sides on a zones map of all things, and really, this is exactly why you like to see that Ray coming out, 2 going down very quickly on the side of Helix, that Ray probably clearing out 1 or 2 and scaring the rest off. Arctic Moon is in control here, and this is really going to enable them to get set up on that right side and stall a bit, but a quick push back in coming back on the side of Helix with that armor, and I don't think Arctic Moon's going to be able to hold this for very long.
Well, they're going to be able to hold it for long enough if they just wait for long enough, as that is going to be the armor being exhausted against Blue's going down. Does Arctic Moon trying to go ahead and assert the issue? It's actually just going to be a 1v1 left on this map, as Dark is the last one alive for Arctic Moon, and now Helix is going to try to rush on back into the zone. He's able to take out Dark. Now Chase stepping on forward, pops the Ink Armor, is going to continue moving on to try to cap both these zones. They want to at least apply this penalty, and they did apply that penalty here very early on, but it's good to try to mitigate as much early momentum as possible if you are on the side of Helix right now.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw that armor used as actually an ink refresh to be able to get that cap. But unfortunately, as a result of doing that, you find yourself down 1 armor, and that's really going to make it difficult to survive that Stingray. Wow, that Ray laser pointed right directly at Dark's face, right down his scope, and that's going to open the way for Helix to come back in here, getting 1 pick, 2 picks. But unfortunately, it seems like the rest of the members were unable to really utilize that and recap the zone.
Can we talk about, by the way, how obnoxious that this competition is starting to play out for Arctic?
Oh, yeah.
You've got the custom Jet Squelcher just sitting up on useless, charging up their Stingray, and then is going to be able to, throw that down anytime you're trying to retake. You've got double Ink Armor, so you almost always have an Ink Armor at the ready in order to respond to whatever your opponents try to do here, and there just really hasn't been a ton that Helix has been able to respond with. Is now Arctic Moon ticking down to the 30-point mark and beyond. The Stingray's coming out once more, as the Ink Armor is going to come on through for Helix as they start to step on forward, but now Chase getting taken down by a Suction Bomb. Latio stepping on forward here, working with the back line to finally get the cap. They're not able to assert themselves. They're not able to find the complete map coverage that Helix needs right now in order to make sure that they have a decent control, because they, at the end of the day, haven't been able to find a way.
Yeah, in general, you want to start pushes on this map from like the left side coming from your spawn over where Latios is pushing right now, and move it through mid to the enemy base. And that seems like actually what Helix was able to do that time. They had a hard time and instead opted for a push through that mid where the conveyor is, and were able to start a hold, but Tato very quickly coming in, getting 1 pick. Arctic Moon has just shown such an ability to swing the map back in their favor. They're able to really capitalize and move up with that Stingray coming out from their team, and that's part of what such mobile weapons like the N-Zap and the N-Zap and those armors are able to do.
I mean, again, like I said, how obnoxious is this, really? Because you always have an Ink Armor, you always have a safe position for the Ray that's just able to charge up. I mean, any time that Arctic Moon's been trying to do these retakes, they've done it so swiftly, because there's very little that you can do if you're on the side of Helix right now. Given, the fact that you're looking at double armor, you don't really have any, super strong counters to that double armor as it stands right now. And now Kara's getting applied pressure here by Twig with this Kansas sloshing machine, almost a penalty worn down for Arctic Moon, and with 1 minute and 20 seconds left to go, Arctic Moon in very good position as they pop yet another Ink Armor. Here comes the Stingray once again. 20 ticks of the timer left to go, and Helix has to step on board here soon. With 1 member down, it's probably not going to be very crucial or very beneficial for them to be able to do so. Stingray trying to come out the other direction. It's a 1-down situation, but it's 3 down for Arctic Moon. Maybe this is the cap back the other direction. Latios is able to find the last one, and so at least the game is going to continue. But again, we're going to see the same setup. Watch for that Jet on this left side, and you already see it. Charging up that special is going to look over there towards Useless to charge up this Ray for the retake.
Yeah, we saw Latios trying to get that clutch Inkjet, trying to really capitalize on that short opening that they had there. This splashdown is going to swing the zone back in the other direction, and again, Arctic Moon coming in very quickly. They're able to shut down any little glimmer of a push that Helix seems to be starting here, and I think their control of this side of the map has really been doing that for them. They've just done such a great job holding it down, and they've been forcing Helix to drop in mid, and that's been kind of dangerous for them. It's actually trades come out on one side. Tato's going to be able to get behind them, unable to get a pick, and thankfully that trade is probably going to keep them from getting overtime. Lilium doing whatever they can. They actually are able to hold it down enough for overtime. Lilium trying to paint up that left side is trying to back up for that Ray, but backing up for that Ray is probably going to ease up the paint on the other side. Twig finding himself in a bad position, 2 rushing him down on the left side. This potentially looks very good on the side of HELIX, but a couple of trades are going to spell the end of that.
That's the end of the game. Things were looking very good there right up until the end. I think there's a possibility there. You can make the argument perhaps HELIX stepped a little bit too far forward in looking to try to clear out their opponents. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Arctic Moon taking that game, and Arctic Moon just looked so practiced on that map. You could tell that they were methodical the entire way through. They're the ones that were just controlling the pace. As you mentioned there, any semblance of a push that HELIX was able to get rolling, it was just able to get completely shut down for or by Arctic Moon here, because they just looked practiced. They had a plan. They had a plan of attack moving on in. They were, taking care of uses, having that Stingray over there on that side, having the double armor to just come on in and swing back control of the middle of the map. And they're going to be the ones to go up 2-0 in this set. Of course, we've got one more left, as this is our final play all 3 around. But well done there to Arctic Moon.
Yeah, that was a very nice overall. Just every push in that game was calculated. It was very coordinated. It was everything you really like to see out of pushes. And I think that it seems like a little bit of the time HELIX was just having a hard time, I guess, getting set up. It felt like they were always kind of, it felt like everyone wanted to start something on their own, and they weren't able to really follow up. Everyone was just out of reach,
Yeah.
You think that you've got a push started on the right side, but it actually turns out that the Ray and the Machine on the other team got your other 2 teammates. And it just felt like things just never really came together quite as they wanted to. But potentially, hopefully for HELIX, that's more of a map thing. And I think that potentially they'll have a different time here as we move into Rainmaker on Snapper Canal. Seems like it's going to be our next map.
If it is, I was going to look up the map list and then I forgot to momentarily. But it is going to be Rainmaker Snapper Canal, and so this is one of those maps where actually we don't see a ton of Stingrays, which could potentially be good. Also something where, as we look towards Rainmaker, running double armor is not going to be nearly as effective as it might be on your splat zones or on even tower control, maybe even Clan Blitz, just because fundamentally the Rainmaker isn't able to pick up that armor. So able to maybe some of the strategies that, especially in the last game, we saw Optimum I said the completely wrong team. I don't know where that one came from. Some of the strategies we saw Arctic Moon employing are just not going to be very beneficial here at all as you load on into the next map. So we'll see if they have anything to kind of respond to that. I mean, of course, we saw a relatively different look on the earlier tower control games. We went to Manta Maria. So yeah, we'll just have to kind of wait and see. It looks like we're encountering a little bit of a hiccup as we get into our next game. So apologies for that. You're just stuck with Fusion and I, sitting here having a conversation about how that last game went. What do you expect to see here on Snapper Canal, or what is Snapper Canal kind of known for, Fusion?
So Snapper Canal's an interesting map, actually. I'm actually surprised that it seems like we see Rainmaker and Clamps here more than zones, but regardless of the mode, I think you'll probably see missiles wreak havoc here, no matter what. No matter the mode, no matter the time, missiles really are just such a pain. There's so many small little steps that you have to get over, and you find yourself slipping as soon as random ink gets under your feet. So I think being able to scatter enemies from a distance and get them caught on these ledges is a very valuable tool. So I'm kind of expecting, or at least hoping, potentially even as a counter to that armor and machine who gets set up, trying to see some missiles, some burst damage, maybe a rapid or something. Something that will be able to break those armors, be able to kind of loosen that hold that Arctic Moon had on them the last game.
It's all going to be about loosening that hold, because again, Arctic Moon had even when they lost the zones, they were able to take it back so swiftly. You could tell that it was practice. It was like, okay, you're going to go here, you're going to go here, you're going to pop the armor here, you're going to pop the ray here. Like, it was very well choreographed by them. So I know I've said that like 9 times at this point, but I'm impressed. I'm not going to lie. I'm very impressed.
As am I.
So we'll see if there is choreographed on something like Rainmaker, Snapper, Cal. Rainmaker being one of those more, volatile modes. Perhaps it's going to be something where Optimum can... God, why do I keep saying Optimum? It's because I see Chase and Carrot. I'm like, yes, that's Optimum. No, it's not Optimum. It's HELIX K-Pod. Please get it right. We are, I've just received word on high that we are going over a little bit of a lag complaint right now. So those conversations are being had unbeknownst to us. We'll be updating you all as that situation continues and as that one progresses. But I want to take another look, while we have a little bit of time, I suppose, let's take a look at the overall standings, at least what we've seen so far here. Or maybe a couple of other matches that might be of interest. It is Lychee and Enlightenment. I believe Lychee is a pickup. And of course, Enlightenment has been on a little bit of a hiatus for the past couple of months, but they're back and competing in this tournament. They are our current 2 undefeated teams, and they're facing off in the Swiss stage. Or I believe they faced off last round?
They may have faced off earlier.
Wait a minute. Something about this Battle 5 page ain't.
I feel like as the top 2 teams, they probably
okay. Enlightenment and Lychee, Enlightenment won that 3-0. So why was I reading that as a 4-0? Because I was reading that as 4-0 and I missed the 1 on the other side. All right. Apparently I cannot read the tables, but we are going to be turning our attention here back towards the game momentarily. We are going to go head on into the game. It's Rainmaker on Snapper Canal, of course. We are in a play all 3 set, and so every game counts here, and we'll see if this side of HELIX can continue stepping on forward, can try to grab one last game towards the end of this and try to make sure that they secure themselves their spot in the top 8 bracket after this stage. And we're going to go ahead and load onto the map. Very similar compositions. We actually see Dark returning back to that custom jet spell trim. It worked well last match, so why change it here?
Yeah, and actually, yep, I was going to call that out just at the start there. We saw Twig actually trying to flank into the enemy base. Thankfully, Lilium actually being aware of it, able to snipe off that armor, not quite able to get the pick and save, I think, Latios, their teammate there. But thankfully, because of that awareness, they're able to get one quick pick, not able to get another as that splashdown gets sniped. And this is kind of looking dangerous, as it seems like Carrot's going to be on the run from half of, from Tato there. They're going to get pinched by Twig and Tato coming from both sides. That's going to spell the end of that push, as Twig and the rest of Arctic Moon are going to be able to clean up mid and get their push going in mid here.
How cartoony is this game, man? You just see the little ink brush running on right down to that Rainmaker to go ahead and clean up. Following from behind is Arctic Moon, and they're going to look to try to make a push of their own as they picked up a Rainmaker, and they're starting to take it right on up the main street here. Just continue to swim on forward. Is going to get taken down. Latios going down as well. As it's a 2-down situation right now for HELIX. The Ray's going to be able to come out to shut down that. Now the Ray battle across the entirety of the map, and it is going to be won by Dark here. That'll buy a little bit more time here for Arctic Moon to continue jumping on forward. They actually have a 2-down situation on HELIX, and Dark's going to be able to pick up this Rainmaker, trying to go for the pedestal here, is trying to swim on up here. It is not going to quite be able to do that. Other teammates go down. The ink coverage is not there. Dark is left alone, as the rest of the team apparently just decided to say, nope, we're not doing this. Actually, another one coming out to the other side. It's going to be Legends picking up this Rainmaker, now trying to get on the pedestal here. Let's have the paint coverage there. Down to the 5-point mark, though, for Arctic Moon. We've seen this one before in the tower control game. It's all going to be a matter of, can HELIX come back as they shut down the 5-point mark.
Yeah, that was a very nice push at the start there. Actually, it's actually incredibly hard to get up into that mid area here, and I think a couple poorly timed deaths were really what led to that. But in that same vein, just a couple quick picks from HELIX onto Arctic Moon could swing it back the other direction. Chase coming in on those Tetras, able to get one quick pick. This armor is going to make it difficult for them on the left side, but they come in with support. And actually, as they look away from each other, Twig able to get that quick pick. Probably is going to find the other here as that splash wall coming in clutch.
coming in clutch, and that's one of the things we don't really talk about a ton, is that the splash wall here in Splatoon 2 at the very least, but Twig able to find effective use of that sub-weapon that has seen quite the bit of a break. Wengeance Twig trying to go for a little bit more of a stall tactic here, perhaps, trying to get this Rainmaker as far away from their own spawn as possible, but also in a safe location where you'll notice Carrot can't quite approach here alone to try to pick off that Rainmaker. Can't quite try to turn these things around, as you'll notice this entire area of the map is swinging on over to the purple color, and even though the Rainmaker has gone down, Tato is the only one around. This Rainmaker is just going to continue popping in, continue stalling out for time here for the side of Arctic Moon. They're just trying to zone away HELIX right now, make sure they can't pick this up. Tato stepping on forward is able to find one. Jace is going to try to approach back the other direction, but is probably just going to let this Rainmaker reset. Oh no, Wengeance is going to be able to pick this one up a little more time, finds that pick with the Rainmaker shot, and now might just be looking to step on forward because they know that they have the area on lock. As Tato continuing to try to climb up this wall here, so careful with the bombs that are thrown back at them, but Ghost or Chase here trying to step on forward, trying to find this pick, but such a good job at a stall game coming out for Arctic Moon right now. They're still the kind of, do we go for it? Do we not go for it? Tato coming up from behind, activates a splashdown just for a little bit more of that pressure, and now she's just going to dive right on back around. Tato, what are you doing, man? You're just running all around the map, being such a nuisance right now for HELIX as this stall continues in the favor of Arctic Moon. The Rainmaker is going to expire here momentarily anyway, but they have wasted a solid minute and a half, 2 minutes of time, and they're probably going to continue doing that with the amount of map coverage they currently have.
Yeah, that's very nice push coming out from Arctic Moon. When you put, very nice, actually a double kill coming on Twig, and not able to get the pick on that charger there, but really, this is such a smart push from Arctic Moon. Pushing into that left side is such a safe spot to push from. Even if you die, you want to take a look at what's a straight line from where the Rainmaker might be, the street, and then right along that line is spawn. And what do you have on your team? You got a custom Jet Squelcher. That's a deadline for that Stingray. But the Rainmaker is actually going to reset to mid after all that time is wasted. Really, a couple quick picks is going to be what HELIX needs, as Twig come in and yet again able to get a pick and shut it down. And there's honestly too much going back down in mid for anything to happen for HELIX here. And very well played on the side of Arctic Moon.
Indeed, well played there for Arctic Moon. They're able to pick up the 3-0 and lock their spot into the quarterfinal matches as we load on into Top Cut here in a bit. Well done to them. Dark coming in with a 14 KA and 4 raise for this squad of Arctic Moon. But yeah, good stuff to them.
Yeah, even though that set was a little bit one-sided, I think that HELIX still has some light at the end of the tunnel. They were making some very nice, I'd say, individual plays, and it just never really came all together against a team like Arctic Moon, which has played together quite a bit, and they have that kind of coordination. I think that's a fine performance, and I'm sure they'll be able to get things a little bit more together next time we see them in a tournament with IPL.
Yeah, and that's the other thing as we, kind of look at exactly, considering HELIX's overall performance. We'll see if they actually are able to make it into the bracket stages. I think it's going to be close. As a matter of fact, that might be the deciding game between these two teams. We'll have to see exactly how it shakes out. But yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that I mentioned early on. HELIX is one of those teams that is rather newly formed, right? And so while a lot of these players still know each other, obviously, already coming out with a decently strong performance, as you mentioned, and certainly a good set to go back and look at here as we continue providing constant tournaments at Inkling Performance Labs. And so, yeah, good stuff, of course, to HELIX. Of course, I mean, I have to say, almost goes without saying, even better stuff on over to Arctic Moon. Able to come on away with the 3-0 and looking very coordinated while they do just that. I believe our results for the Swiss stage have been finalized. And so it looks like it's going to be Enlightenment number 1, Lychee number 2, NA plus UE plus AU equals DC number 3. You'll have to ask around about that team name. 4 is going to be Arctic Moon. 5 is HELIX. 6 is Cataclysm. 7 is Persistence. And 8 is the Mictlan Heroes. So well done to those teams, of course. Just on the bubble on the outside looking in, West Broadway Gorillas, Dread, Big Yoshi and the Kois, Massacre, and Conversion 2. So, props to those teams, of course, and thank you to all the teams that came out for this tournament to begin with. While we get our next match set up and underway, we are going to take a very brief break, folks. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back with the quarterfinals of Testing Grounds 2 after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to Testing Grounds 2. We're back with the quarterfinals. We're in top 8 now after the Swiss stage. We're going to watch Mictlan Heroes go up against Enlightenment. This was probably expected to be a little bit more one-sided, but I personally wanted to see what these two teams bring to the table. Enlightenment Fusion is one of those teams we haven't seen very often lately, and I think Mictlan Heroes is a decent enough challenger.
Yeah, we saw Enlightenment quite a while back being a very strong contender in tournaments, but they've been a bit, I don't know, they only play in tournaments every so often. They're more like a group of good players who plays tournaments occasionally at this point, more than like, they're kind of standard high-level team.
Or grinders.
Yeah, definitely. But either way, they're no slouches. But on the other hand, neither are Mictlan Heroes. These two teams played early in the tournament, is that right?
That is right. I think they played in something like Swiss Round 3, where Enlightenment was able to take the 3-0 victory. Obviously, couldn't tell you how close those games were, but Enlightenment did pull away with the 3-0. As a matter of fact, Enlightenment has not dropped a single game, save for one, which was in the very first round of the tournament. And I think I was talking to Sneck a little bit earlier, and he said that Enlightenment was a little bit more of a pro Among Us team for 2 months. So they're back in action here in Splatoon, and we are heading to Rainmaker on Humpback Pump Track, one of those notorious wide open maps where you can get away with a lot of flinging ink safely onto the zone from a safe distance. We'll see how these two teams opt to do it here as we load on into our quarterfinals match.
Yeah, let's hope there's no imposters on the side of Enlightenment, although Mictlan Heroes, I'm sure, is rooting for one, as we see. That's a very interesting comp, actually, coming out on both sides. We got a Kensa roller, we got a Forge Pro, double bubble on one side, you have bubbles on the other with that foil squeezer, and both teams battle it out in the center at the start here. Quick Pop's not going to catch anyone off guard, but hopefully Snorlax is hoping these missiles will be able to swing momentum back, but unfortunately that armor's coming out a little bit too quickly, a little bit earlier than they were expecting, and Nick and the rest of Enlightenment able to make some ground here.
Able to make some ground indeed, but they're going to pay for it as they go 3 down here with the roller being the last one alive. Of course, that's Oscar, but it is going to be the Rainmaker picked up. Not able to do much of anything else, though, as for the Mictlan Heroes. They might be able to get a little bit of momentum going here, hopefully, as they try to control the rest of mid, trying to lock down things from every single angle. That is so hard to do here on, as I mentioned, a very open map that is Humpback Pump Track. The bubbles coming on to apply a little bit more pressure, but right now, Mictlan Heroes just completely outslaying Enlightenment. They're going to approach this checkpoint, and Oscar's going to be able to get one before going down. It'll be the momentum slowed for Mictlan Heroes as they try to slow things down for themselves, trying to buy themselves a little bit more time to pick up some of these specials. You'll notice the bubbles, you'll notice the Stingray is very close here for that side, but Enlightenment's going to be the first ones to pull the trigger to try to get back in.
Yeah, we saw actually Enlightenment when they went 3 down. Their new specials, most of their specials are very kind of, self-preservative. You've got bubbles, you've got armor, and that Stingray is going to cause some trouble from a distance. So when they went 3 down, they just needed to send some people ahead of that Rainmaker, and now Mictlan Heroes finds themselves on the defensive, as those bubbles are really going to make it easy for the Rainmaker to move through. Thankfully, Stingray is able to go through the Rainmaker, get one pick, probably slow down this push, but the bubbles from the other side actually coming in. And Enlightenment's gonna come in for the dunk here if they can make it in time. And Scooter gets that dunk. Those bubbles aren't used enough on Rainmaker, honestly. They are really able to gain you some points very quickly, especially on something like Humpback. You got that narrow corridor around the side. Bubbles could get you those 20-30 points, and they were actually able to get those picks. That's one of those things that, with bubbles you gotta hope that you get those picks, or else you just kind of look silly and like you wasted all your ink and all your specials in the middle of nowhere. But some nice coordination was able to, especially on that flank, was able to seal the deal.
I mean, very good coordination on the whole, and that's one of the things, again, you mentioned, we don't see bubbles that often. For some reason, they were very prevalent in that match, but they're very good in area denial, forms. And, that's one of the most prime examples, I think, of Splatoon in general as a philosophy, by the way, is it isn't about how you play the entire game. It's oftentimes about how you play in a couple of seconds. and it was only those couple of seconds where Enlightenment was able to just continue pushing on forward. They got, like I said, they were getting outslayed for the majority of the first half of that. But Mictlan Heroes was never quite able to build up the momentum there, and never quite able to turn the corner that Enlightenment did. Paving those way were those bubbles coming on through, and so well done to them as they take game 1 in this best of 5. We're heading on next to Clan Blitz on New Albacore Hotel, another very open map.
Yeah, and if Mictlan Heroes was looking to slow things down compared to last game, this is the map for it. Compared to Humpback, which is a little bit cramped, especially on Rainmaker when everyone's coming down that hallway towards you, especially barreling down with double bubbles. New Albacore Hotel is wide and open, and I think that this may allow Mictlan Heroes to try and get a pick or two with that charger. But of course, both teams are going to adapt their comps to this as well. But I'm still expecting a bubble or two coming up.
I would expect one. I wouldn't expect one of these teams to pull out 2 bubbles.
Yeah, probably.
Given the fact that things are a little bit more spread out, they're probably not going to be as effective on something like New Albacore Hotel. Now, granted, when you're trying to make that push into the basket or just trying to stall out for time or underneath your opponent's basket, I think those bubbles can be very effective. And that's why we'll see them picked up at least one on the other side. As a matter of fact, that's the foil squeezer on both sides of the map for these two teams. And we saw it once already. We'll see it again. The Hydra Splatling coming out yet again as well.
Yeah, I suppose this is a pretty good map for Hydra as well. A little bit slower on that strafing movement, but Hydra with that extra long range, probably able to just step onto those grates and really get the momentum going. And actually, we see Nick on the ballpoint here, but in combination with the charger, it looks like he's playing ballpoint more as a mini Splatling with beacons and rain, you know? He's just trying to keep that aggressive pressure up, trying to paint up that left side with beacons on such a large map. Of course, being very useful. But Mictlan Heroes getting a couple quick picks, riding the momentum from the right side of the map all the way to the left. Snorlax coming in with that quick pick, and that's going to open the door for Mictlan Heroes, but doesn't seem like there's much follow-up.
Not a ton of follow-up, although they're slowly getting there. The bubbles will pop to stall for a little bit more time for Enlightenment as Locke's trying to hold down the back lines, but now is getting surrounded here by Oscar, is going to go down in the process. Dexter's going to go down, and so down to 59 points, and I will say decent push coming in from Mictlan Heroes. Of course, probably could have been better, but overall, I think they were just able to capitalize on a little bit of an overextension earlier on from Enlightenment that swung the map back to the favor of the Mictlan Heroes, and they were able to continue pushing on forward, ground a couple more claims, and pushing on into that basket. Of course, we say that now when they're largely continuing to contest for the map. They're more so set up in these defensive positions and kind of letting the other side run around here. But one of the things about New Albacore Hotel that I find quite often here, Fusion, is that we don't really see a ton of high-scoring pushes for the sole reason that it's very hard to pick up claims on this map.
Oh yeah, you get going for a push, you're ready to go in, you got 1 or 2 power clams, you get in there, and then you realize all the clams are 10 miles behind you back in mid, and if you go back to get them, you run out of gas on the push. But we see actually Enlightenment trying to take control of that right bridge, which would be a very strong spot to hold if they have their bubbles, but Red Room finding themselves in a bit of an awkward position, not able to get the pick, but dude, this is the weirdest fight I've seen in a while going on in mid. I have no clue what's going on. That Bubble's able to get a quick pick, and Mictlan Heroes finds themselves down 2 players.
Down 2 players. Locke here is starting to get aggressed upon here as a Hydra Splatling is not going to be able to swim away from this fight that quickly and is going to go down here, and that's Redrum stepping on forward with that charger, able to find that power claim in the basket, but once again, not really a ton of follow-up here coming in from Enlightenment. They're trying to come on back into this basket, but all the meanwhile, we've seen a couple of bombs get thrown. That's going to be the complete wipe on the other side. Enlightenment not able to find the claims necessary in order to take the lead on that specific push. Of course, perhaps they'll have an opportunity for another one later in this game, but well done to Mictlan Heroes to hold on to things for the time being.
Yeah, we see Lex eyeing that right side. Snorlax was over there. They were eyeing that side of the map to try and get in there with the push, but unfortunately, the Squeezer was not able to come in time to help as 3 members of Enlightenment come to clean that up, and riding the momentum off that push, they're able to take the right side themselves, and this Bubbles opened up to get a pick on that right side, and 2 members down on the side of Mictlan Heroes, and 30 clams coming up from Enlightenment, but Snorlax saying, no, not today.
Not today, but perhaps today. Miku trying to step on forward is going to be able to find the power clam in the basket, but now it's only one member alive for Enlightenment. Has that power clam, but Oscar goes down nonetheless. It was able to get the lead for Enlightenment, but it's not by a ton, and that might have been the only opportunity for another push that they could have here. If Mictlan Heroes plays their cards correctly, they could be able to stall out so that they time their push properly in order to make sure that it's the last one of the game and make sure that they're able to lock down mid in order to come on back through to make sure that Enlightenment doesn't pick up kind of what we saw there. And now another 2-down situation for Enlightenment should open the window of opportunity here for Mictlan Heroes to continue taking control in mid. Hopefully try to capitalize on Red Rum's stepping into mid here. Now the Ink Armor comes on through. Locke's able to find one. Ink Armor coming around a second time. Now a little bit of ring around the rosy here in mid as it is going to be going on over to the Mictlan Heroes. Actually, Locke going down from Red Rum. A nice snipe back the other direction. Enlightenment is not going down in mid without a fight.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's, you said you want the time to align right, like the final push, not give the other team another chance. But if there's any map where you can't guarantee a push on, it's this one. It's so hard to get across that opponent's bridge, even if you have bubbles, basically no matter what's going on. And all the while, Enlightenment coming in with another power clam and actually a second, as they're going to extend the lead to 30 points. Nick gets a quick pick. The Hydra's going to be able to clean it up, but the gap in the score is just getting bigger, and unless they're able to really clear out the members right now, this is going to be over.
Trying to step on forward there was Oscar, try to pull some fancy footwork, get some more in. Hello? Apparently an Enlightenment member was just able to sneak in a claim at the last moment there. I don't know where they were. Obviously, Mictlan Heroes didn't know where they were either. Enlightenment able to pull away with their second win of the set here. Clam Blitz Anchovy Games. That was some trickery coming in from Enlightenment, if I do say so myself.
Yeah, we saw like on the push before that. Actually, I think Oscar was able to get into a sneaky position and get a couple extra claims in for the lead, and probably actually that time he probably must have been a flank all the way around the left side, if I were to guess, right?
I mean,
I didn't see them anywhere.
Yeah, it's almost impossible to tell what exactly just happened in that last one. Perhaps it's something that we have to go back and slow down and rewind, but props nonetheless go on to Enlightenment, and that's, one of the things is that Enlightenment was constantly challenging for control of mid. They were not giving up their pressure, and anytime they saw an opening, they're willing to go ahead and take it there. I mean, the reason that final push was able to get opened up was because of that pick onto Locke. The anchor that was, for lack of a better word, locking down the path right on into the basket straight from mid was immediately taken down. The rest of the members of Mictlan Heroes were not necessarily out of position, but weren't in a defensive position. And that's what allowed Enlightenment to just slip on right by everyone to get on for that final scoring push. So well done there to Enlightenment. We go up 2-0 in the set on match point here as we head now to Splat Zones on Schellendorf Institute. This is a map I don't feel like I get to see too often, Fusion.
Yeah, this is a dangerous one, actually. When you got a team with so many strong, aggressive players like Enlightenment, this is extremely dangerous. This map really favors. Basically, it's very strong on this map to just push through the enemy mid, try and get onto the enemy team's roof, and if you can get there, you can basically lock them in spawn all by yourself, which is crazy powerful for just 1 or 2 members to do. And I feel like you're gonna see some no space like aggression coming out from Enlightenment here. And Mictlan Heroes, they definitely performed better in the last game, and we'll see if they can swing it further in their favor here and even up the tides, but the odds are stacked against them.
Odds definitely stacked against Mictlan Heroes as we now see the E-leader coming out of Red Room here in response to the Hydra from Locke. And rather aggressive picks I see, and actually the bubbles continue to stick around as we see Forge Splattershot Pro in addition to the Kenza Jr. coming out on this map for Enlightenment here, Fusion.
Yeah, it's a couple of interesting comps. We've seen most of this match has been very Hydra favoring maps. Nick gets a quick pick on the bottom. 2 members of Mictlan Heroes going down. Nick is holding down the bottom there, and I think they're finally eyeing that flank over onto that left side, and this is where the Hydra is going to really have to be careful. Oscar coming out with that quick bubble, pulling out that bubble tech with the Kenza Jr. Not able to get that second pick, but the last bubble may be able to save him.
What is going on? Oscar's just dipping and diving around everyone here. Tries to pop the bubble, but is going to get double teamed on and taken down finally. The Mictlan heroes are starting to build up perhaps a little bit of a lead early on into this game, but actually have to be careful of this wild flank coming in from Nick. I have no idea I was able to find that, but able to find a double now. That's going to turn the zone back to the blue for Enlightenment. Well done here. Nick's just going to continue stepping on forward, being a little bit more aggressive here on the forward splatter shot pro.
Yeah, and like I was saying, this is the spot where one or two members can hold the entire team and spawn. Nick, especially with those bubbles, really holding down this top right side, forcing Mictlan heroes to probably go somewhere else, not able to get that bubble past a Hydra with maybe even Object Shredder. That looked way too quick to just be without it. But either way, Enlightenment still has such a strong hold on this roof there. The Hydra's finally making their way in onto that right side. Couple armors coming out onto that roof. The bomb rush is going to try and neutralize the zone. Everyone's all over the map. I think Mictlan Heroes is finally going to be able to cap the zone here. Maybe?
That's it. There's a lot of ink getting laid down by Red Drum, and now this spawned enough time for the Inkstorm to come on through, for Miku to approach, Nick collapsing around the zone from all different angles right now as Enlightenment. They're probably going to be able to get behind this cap, and we have to see the picks coming in here soon for the side of Mictlan Heroes, but with one going down, it's going to be less, and the Ink Arbor gets popped just a little bit later than I would have liked. His lock's going to go down here as well. Nick going to continue trying to step on forward. It's a 2-on situation for Mictlan Heroes, and just the blue ink has continued to be applied to this zone. Mictlan Heroes cannot quite seem to find the green, despite Locke's best efforts from the top of the map. You see so much flying from the ceiling, but it's still not enough. The cap coming in once again for an Enlightenment, down to 8 ticks of the timer left to go here. Now that's going to be the complete wipe, and Enlightenment are going to advance to the semifinals.
My goodness. We saw the splash on Mictlan Heroes trying to just paint for dear life on the roof, holding the zone against 3 members of Enlightenment, but unless you get picks, it's not going to get any easier. And Enlightenment just winning that battle of attrition, able to take the victory here on Schellendorf and take the set.
That's the thing that it feels like right now about Enlightenment, is that once this team gets set up, once this team gets into the positions that they want, it is very hard to dislodge them, or at least Mictlan Heroes were having trouble dislodging them from those positions. Whether that is, moving on forward to make an aggressive Rainmaker push, whether that's trying to collapse around this zone to try to, get them out of their hold, whether that's trying to get them out of mid even. They just don't seem to go down without a fight. They seem to be so quick to the punch, and again, holding the line closer to the opponent's spawn. Now, granted, closer to the opponent's spawn sometimes means in mid, as opposed, or, on their side of the zone as opposed to your own side of the zone, but Enlightenment able to hold on to the line. They are going to be the ones moving on to the semifinals. 3-0 fashion, only dropped 1 game so far in the entire tournament. It's going to be interesting to see if anyone can take them down.
Yeah, we'll see who can challenge Enlightenment in the coming sets, as they're definitely the favorite to win here. But do you know who it was that took a game off Enlightenment in that first round?
I believe it was Red Sun, I think is the team name or something.
Oh, interesting.
I honestly think it was just a dust the cobwebs off your console, boys, and let's, start to get back in this. No, Royal Court was the team name. I honestly think it was dust your consoles off. We've got to get one moving here, because they have not dropped a single game since then, and they've played against much stronger opponents, at least to my memory, of course. I don't know a ton about this Royal Court team, but maybe it'll be something worth looking into here. It was not able to make the top 8 here towards the top of Swiss. But a couple of other matches coming on through here. Of course, we just saw Enlightenment 3-0 Mictlan Heroes. The 4 versus 5 matchup right out of Swiss was the same matchup actually as round 5, and it went the same direction, as Arctic Moon picked up the 3-0 once more over HELIX, and so Arctic Moon will be the ones to face Enlightenment in the semifinals rounds. On the other side of the bracket, we're waiting on a couple more results. NA plus UE plus AU equals DC is currently up 2-0 over Cataclysm, and Lychee versus Persistence is the other match there. So we're waiting on a couple of matches, and while we do, I believe we're going to send it on over to a little bit of a break, and I believe that's going to be it from Fusion and I this evening. Fusion, been an absolute pleasure to cast with you. Where can the good people find you?
It's been a blast. Thanks, K-Bot, and thanks to IPL.
yeah, definitely has been a blast, and it's been a great time sharing all these games with you all tonight. But with all that out of the way, we are going to be stepping aside for a little bit of break. Don't go anywhere, folks. We've got semifinals of Testing Grounds 2 coming up later. We'll see y'all in a bit.
And a pleasant good evening to all of you, coming to you live from the bunkers of the Inkling Performance Laboratories. Stu, the announcer, joined here by Rissa for Top Cut here at the testing grounds. Of course, brought to you on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon. We're going to get a matchup between the 2 and the 3 seeds here. Lychee going up against NA plus UE plus AU equals DC. First of all, that is absolutely true. Secondly, just for reference, and I think Rissa, we agreed on this. Just for simplicity of naming sake, in the heat of the action, we're probably just going to call it DC.
Yep. I actually was looking at these teams earlier, and I saw this exact team, and I was like, I'm just going to call them DC.
Yeah, because that's what it all equates to anyway, right? So it makes sense. Sometimes you don't even need all those components. So we're going to roll in. Gonna play a little bit of Clan Blitz on the Reef. It's definitely an interesting map for Clan Blitz, and one that these teams are going to have to adjust to. A remix being brought out, definitely you want something like that. As we take a look at the compositions, definitely want to have the callouts be a little bit easier on this wide of a zone.
Yeah, absolutely. And this mode in particular, I mean, in general, this map, you do want to make sure that you're controlling this bridge, but really for Clan Blitz, this is the beacon of getting the pushes in, and right as we see everyone rush towards the bridge there, that heavy remix went down immediately, and it looks like here Lychee is going ahead and just really taking advantage of that and pushing up.
Oh, but getting tagged in midair on the splashdown, that's why you don't want to do those raw. You have a tendency to get called out for those. So now, as an LOL laughing straight in the face of the defense, you think you can stop me from charging in with 8 clams? That is not going to be the case. I'm going to hold on to these. I'm going to reposition myself and have a splash wall to protect me from a potential splashdown. And gets a double with the picks, earns himself a power clam with a triple now, and that is a barrier breakage well earned.
Yeah, that was a crazy play there from LOL. Their teammates were essentially down, but they were still able to get a triple there, get clams in. Now their teammates are jumping in, popping their specials to keep up the pressure, and they're still throwing clams in as we speak.
Yeah, and now Lychee is going to have to be on the back foot here, already having given up 59 points on the board, and before the basket finally retreats upward, and they will receive a pity clam, but this is a push that they're going to need to make. They have 18 clams in their possession at the moment, 4-3 on the map at right now as W. I'm guessing W star, that's just how I'm seeing it, but MT, that's a little bit more simple, is going to help out with clearing out the club, but before they get wiped, accumulating 49 points, not going to do the job to take the lead, but they have 3 minutes left. That's not a bad start.
Yeah, both of these teams got really solid pushes here within the first, 2 minutes of the game. So, even though that second push there didn't really secure the lead, it was a really good follow-up push, and they do have time to follow up and get more clams in. Now, we're just kind of seeing a battle here of the bridge. We just saw the bamboo kiwi go down on the side of Lychee, I believe. So right now, it's kind of just the play here for the bridge here. We're slowly seeing, it looks like DC chipping away at Lychee's teammates, though, and working their way to get another push going.
Lychee having taken out Persistence by a score of 3-1 in the prior round. In DC, the team that we have seen take this, just take the lead, right? This, wait a second, that's Lychee, excuse me. DC, who were holding the lead prior, excuse me, taking out their opposition by a score of 3-0. That was Cataclysm. Both teams showing pretty strong results earlier on in the tournament, as Char is going to get a barrier breakage of their own and try to retake the lead. 59 points on the board, looking to add to that. They cut in on the penalty, and the power clams are going to do it. And with a little bit of work on the front line, they administer the knockout blow. Map number 1 going to the gents in green. As we take a look at the number of kills, DC putting in that work. LOL, though, I gotta say, those Glugas up close doing damage, 10 splats along with Char, 10 splats to go along with those 7 ink armors, vital for those 2 pushes.
Yeah, that last push there, I didn't even realize that they had enough clams to be able to knock out there. So that just happened in a blink of an eye. That was really good, though, really calculated. They worked together to get that final push in. And it's always important to make sure that if you're gonna push in, top cut like this, against teams like this, you want to make sure that you have follow-up clams, and that's exactly what they did.
And they really did. It's one of those strategies you sometimes don't want to just be waltzing right down Main Street with a power clam, because everyone can see that on the map. They know exactly where the objective is, and all of a sudden, you just painted a giant target on your back for no real good reason. That's why it's such a valid strategy to just kind of hang on with 9 clams, like LOL did on DC's initial push, and just kind of chill there. Hope that you find a rogue clam near the basket. That's when you get the power clam, and that's when you dunk it in for the barrier breakage. Or as we saw, those 20 instant points that let DC retake the lead, and that was the final moments of the game as LOL again adding to their body count there. 10 splats each among the frontline DPS weapons, as we are going to splat zones on Anchovy Games. Again, I can only imagine that it's going to be a very similar choice of weapon from LOL, though I don't know. Some people might not view the Glugas as being as valuable as you might think. Even though you do have that damage, maybe you want something that provides you with just a bit more spread.
Yeah, Glugas is definitely not something that is quote-unquote in the meta, but looking at Lychee's roster, I believe that's a player named Dylan, and Dylan is very well known to just stick to that Glugas, so I'm guessing that we'll see him on that again, but that is definitely a weapon that people aren't playing a lot. They don't bring it to tournaments. It's not something that we see often.
It's funny, because I have the rosters in front of me, but I'm always so I'm just always so paranoid of making a mistake about misnaming someone that I just always go with what I see on the screen. So as we are going to map number 2, this is again Lychee going to be going forward, and LOL, who we now know as Dylan, making their initial gambit onto the fan platform and getting a splat in the middle of the stage on the zone, and that's going to help them get the early cap. But it's not about how you start, Rissa, it's how you finish.
That is completely true. And as we're seeing here, this team here, Lychee, they are doing a really good job at killing or splatting anyone they see come forward. As I say that, there's a complete wipe on the side of DC, so the pressure here that we're seeing Lychee put on is really great. They're not letting anyone come through to the zone. They are just guarding it.
Not the spawn camp! Dylan, are you absolutely out of your mind? Utilizing that splash wall so effectively in close quarters, extending their life just a little bit, realizing that there's just a little bit of a inconsistent spread to the Gluga's shots, and even though they will lose 2 or 3 of their combatants, make that might as well have been a full team wipe, to be completely honest. No one really there to recontest. That's not without the damage being done. 88 points worth of damage on the board right now, and Lychee asserting their dominance yet again, as we are going to have the ballpoint doing work here, and DC going to try to exact a little bit of revenge.
Yeah, we're seeing them try and do exactly what we saw Lychee do to them. They are doing good at getting picks, but they do have to make sure they puppy guard the zone here. Looks like the charger on the side of Lychee is getting jumps for their teammates, so that's letting them come back in a little bit faster. But right now, DC doesn't have any penalty on the board, so their points are just counting down.
And that is going to be a neat little trade that they picked up on the elevated platform just before the zone, and now Lychee having a chance to cut down into the penalty, and we are seeing Dylan quite a lot here, and for reasons that are definitely being made evident, Rissa, their ability to work in and out with it's not something that you would view as particularly synergistic in the traditional sense that the dualies with the splash wall. But I mean, when you're working perhaps with a backline weapon that is trying to be a little bit more mobile, you can kind of take that out of the equation because you can roll in and out between that splash wall and kind of render their offensive measure rather pointless. And it seems to be working out just fine for Dylan thus far.
Yeah, using that splash wall almost as just a barrier against the backline that's in front of you is a really great tactic that we're seeing Dylan do. Right now, though, yeah, that was a really good double, and this is really what DC needs because they got a penalty, but you know the points are going down. It's not as big of a penalty as Lychee has here, and they are making sure that they try and do everything they can. Though, right as I say that, Kiwi here putting in work. Getting 2, I don't know if they got 3, but their teammate definitely did, and they got a full wipe. So looks like Lychee here is pushing back up into that position we saw them in earlier, and even the charger is pushed up. So that's pretty scary to be seeing once you're coming out of the spawn if you're on DC's side.
And I do apologize for any potential mispronunciations of the name. It is in fact Lychee. I know that I can count on you, Rissa, so thank you for that. As it is going to be Lychee counting down the points on their penalty and adding more to their total. They only are in single digits and are looking to retake it. And that's Dylan administering the coup de grace. People are trying to get into the zone and being denied, drawing aggro and adding to the total splat count. That is going to be Lychee going up by a score of 2-0. And so we're taking a look at the statistics here. It's a little hard to ignore those names up top. Kiwi and LOL, once again, 20 splats each. You can't say that they're not consistent, Rissa.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw that a lot, too, when we were speccing both of them. You know, Kiwi was that last game playing the N-Zap, which, you know, is getting armor assist. But still, we saw Kiwi with that N-Zap pushing up and getting raw kills with that. So both of them put in a lot of work there.
And it's not even like it's DC just getting overwhelmed in the traditional sense. They are playing relatively well, and they're all actually kind of keeping up with them just in terms of pure fragging abilities. I mean, it's 9-8 and 7-7 just for their splats all across the board, but really just comes down to efficiency with the main weapons and how they're doing in 1v1s, the efficacy of the trades that they're getting, and Lychee simply piling up the numbers advantages when it counted the most and maintaining control of that zone for as long as possible, because that's how you cut into the penalties, Rissa, and that's kind of the reason why they're up by a score of 2-0. And I can only imagine that the ability to control objective is going to be especially useful when we're going on to tower control on Starfish main stage, where you really have to be concerned with the changes in elevation that map provides.
Yes, I was actually commentating this map and mode last weekend, and the choke point that this map and mode has can be really, really detrimental and deadly once you get past that second checkpoint. So I'm interested to see with how both of these teams approach this. You know, we saw DC, we've seen that they can keep up with Lychee, but you know, maybe this is going to be that map and mode that they're going to be able to take advantage of that choke point and maybe get a score on the board.
I mean, the operative word there is maybe, so there's only one way to know for certain. And then again, when you're talking about something like testing grounds, where you're able to kind of experiment, it is what the name implies. You're trying to get experience, you're trying to work out what could be best for competition, and really, you're trying to grind and level up, and the only way that you do that is by entering in the heat of battle. It's in the words of Doomfist from Overwatch, war is the crucible that forges us all. So certainly that is the case for some of the top teams in North America or any region in the world, really. And certainly the case for these two fine squads competing here before us. It's time to ride the tower on the main stage.
Now, coming out of the spawn here, looks like we're seeing just minor weapon chains up here on the side of DC. Looks like we have a squeezer coming out, so that's definitely a change that we haven't seen yet. And then I believe Vengeance here on the side of Lychee coming out with the machine. We have not seen that yet either, so I'm excited to see how this starts out. Now, Vengeance coming out with an immediate flank, and that ballpoint did see the flank but wasn't able to capitalize on it. So I'm sure they called that out, and their teammates are trying to work to get this pick on Vengeance. But Vengeance is just putting in work over here, being a distraction. It's finally taken out here, though, by this K-shot.
And let's talk a little bit about that squeezer pick, or we could just talk about that snipe, the splatter scope, showing no mercy, the target in their sights and ice in their veins. Rui Char absolutely going ham, and they're going to spam the suction bombs and making sure that they are controlling that area as a Shogun would control their territory, as Dylan is going to jump in and try to close out a little bit more space, gets one splat, and trying to make it two will eventually duck out after being satisfied with 1. 3-3 on the map. But I was wondering what your rationale was with the foil squeezer pick. It's perhaps a little unconventional, but I can definitely see the utility of having something like Bubble Blower, and maybe something where you have a little bit of a tap shot to kill, and maybe a little bit of utility overall, the weapon with the main.
Yeah, this weapon, a lot of people will be playing it for that bubble spam. So we saw them try and pop the bubbles a minute ago there and try and utilize them, but Dylan knew exactly what that was and backed up from that. So I think, you know, if we can see some really good bubble picks here from that squeezer, that could be the really good potential of a good start in the push.
And also the weapons around them, that junior ballpoint, and of course the K shot, definitely going to be useful in popping those bubbles. Of course, those are going to be splats that are added to their to the squeezers splat total, but as it just trades left and right, 2 to 3 on the map, as they are eventually going to ride the tower past the 75-point mark, make that 80, and all of a sudden they're on the defensive end. And I gotta say, even though they are down in numbers, they are still trying to push through this checkpoint, admirably so, only eventually taking back the tower, ostensibly 3-1 on the map, and the damage being done. And you're talking about bubble spam, but yeah, it's I'd say that's all 4 members of the side doing their fair share of the work.
Yeah, that was that checkpoint I was talking about before this match started. They took advantage of that situation. Even their ballpoint was pushed up, so that was really good of them to get past not just the first checkpoint, but also the second checkpoint, and then start working on the third one. So that was a really great push there that DC utilized and took advantage of. Now it's going to be really difficult for Lychee to try and come back and put that back on DC's side.
And I would have to think that K machine on the side of Lychee will be all the more important going forward, considering how much they're going to rely on the backline weapon, specifically that ballpoint, to try to maintain or garner more of a positional advantage. But right now it is out of commission. 4-3 on the map, and MT trying to spread out even more ink. They've been putting in quite a bit of work and not having any map wins thus far in this semifinal set to show for it. Trying to change that here, and they look to be well on their way as we're entering the 1 minute mark.
Yeah, we saw a lot of puppy guarding the tower there from DC, but finally, it looks like both teams took their time there. Finally, Lychee got the picks they wanted, and now they're going to start trying to push the tower. They have Rui on the tower, ready to get past those checkpoints. Good kill there from, I believe it was LOL who got the kill. And now there's 2 down on the side of DC, so Lychee knows that this is when they need to take advantage of this situation and start pushing up and secure those squads.
Dylan realizing that wall might have been placed at just too awkward of an angle, but they are going to push forward. They're approaching the 3rd checkpoint. I don't know if they're going to be able to pass it here, and certainly not with 2 squids down on the map. Make that 3. That squeezer that we were talking about, it's no red herring. That is Chekhov's gun, and it is locked and loaded. Make that 4. MT putting in the work. Might have to ice that back if you're going to carry that hard. And as the clock ticks down and the tower rides away just out of sight of Lychee, DC is going to get one more for the road. MT with some clutch splats in the face of adversity. And that's going to be the final score for that map number 3, 86-81. Gotta admit, we were questioning or talking about that squeezer pick, but 14 splats, definitely believed in it, and the evidence bears the assumption.
Yeah, I love that squeezer there in the last few seconds got so many picks that we got to witness there on that cam and that angle. The bubbles helped, the raw kills helped, and I love that DC didn't panic. Even though they knew that the lead was just right there for Lychee, they didn't panic. They all kind of waited and grouped up and then made sure that they got the tower. So that's making the score now 2 Lychee and then 1 on the side, 1 for DC. So this is a best of 5 round. So this could either be it for Lychee. They could win this round and take it to the next one. Or if DC wins this, we will be going into a game 5.
But it really just goes to show you, I mean, just doing some quick addition on that splat screen. I mean, this is how even it was. And I know that, frags aren't everything in the game. Don't get me wrong. But the numbers advantage that you garner is so crucial to a push. 34 splats for each team. Literally evenly matched in that regard. And when you do have those picks and you're able to push in slowly but surely, again, you can only move the line as far as the speed of the objective allows you to. That's just goes to show how well-oiled a machine DC really is. It was not able to be shown on the scoreboard until that map number 3. Now Lychee will be looking to garner the 3 wins necessary to move on here as we are going to the shipyard, clocking in and making it rain as we take a look at the compositions as they move in towards the mid.
Yeah, so on the side of DC, they actually switched to a heavy splatling with the Stingray, which I think is really good for Rainmaker for this map and mode. And they also brought out a Sploosh, the Sploosh with the hammer, so that'll be really interesting for this map and mode as well. On the side of Lychee, their comp is pretty similar, except they did switch to a Splat Roller. So if their teammates can paint enough for that Splat Roller, that could be very deadly. As we're seeing Vengeance, that Splat Roller, get a pick, and there's 3 down already on the side of DC, so gets the 4th pick right as I'm talking about him. It's like he heard me, and they're going to go ahead and take advantage of that, push up, and start getting points on the board with the Rainmaker.
What can you say? I mean, the homie has a sense of showmanship, and it is certainly making itself evident there. Kiwi getting in their face and showing no fear in the eyes of the hero Splatling replica. Look at you beating story mode, but that's me. That's just me being snide. What can I say? Dylan and Vengeance going to provide just a little bit of cover in that tight space. That's a lot of firepower to deal with, but then you're going to have to deal with the baller eventually. Careful not to overextend on the objective, but they're swimming it up. 80 points on the board already as they were looking for the splat with the baller. MT will eventually be picking up that splat yet again as the squeezer. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Certainly saying that, but right now, you got to fix the fact that you are at an 80-2 deficit, and sometimes, Rissa, that can be just too much of a difference to make up.
Yeah, and for Rainmaker especially, if you get a really, really good starting push like that in the beginning, it can be really hard for the other team to come back. So we'll see if DC can get some points on the board, if not, take the lead from this, because Rainmaker can go any direction. So finally, we're seeing Vengeance, the roller, go down. Looks like W here is going to go ahead and pick up the Rainmaker, take advantage of one person going down, but unfortunately they didn't have anyone in front of them to help lead the Rainmaker, so holding that Rainmaker, they are going to go down, and Lychee here is going to start trying to push up and get some paint on the board.
And as we're taking a look at Dylan, who's going to be very crucial in helping garner that advantage, still on the Belugas, and they've been as reliable as really any weapon in anyone's hands throughout this entire tournament, it seems. And again, it's one of those picks that is definitely off meta, to put it, I would say, generously. But it seems to be working out for them, and as the splash wall, is going to hold up progress just a little bit and allow the stoppage of that Rainmaker, they're just going to be tagging the barrier and trying to make sure that they don't get splatted on their way to re-garnering advantage and making sure that they don't get the objective pushed any further. And it was a nice little point garnering there, but oh man, Vengeance swinging like a samurai and does not miss. Hey, look at that! Get you one splat ain't enough, Jack. You better make it through. Oh my gosh, Vengeance actually going off. Get you some, kid.
Vengeance was putting in work with that roller. That was great. I like how the team reset the Rainmaker to keep it further away from DC, but in doing so, DC was able to get 3 more splats back, and DC here is able to grab the Rainmaker again. Looks like the Squeezer's bubbles are going to be coming out to help start this push and get the more points on the board, but they do have one go down in this case. Vengeance here, continuing to pop up, gets that splat on the Squeezer as they're bubbling, so that was really good. In this instance, DC is going to go 3 down, so it looks like this is the end of the push, and Dylan here hunting down the last one, that heavy splatling, so essentially a wipe on the side of DC.
And at that point, it might as well have been a full wipe anyway, just because you're so out of position if you're the heavy that you really have no chance to have any sort of impact on the play. I personally probably would have tried to jump out, but then again, we have seen some pretty decent movement from that splatling thus far. I can't necessarily blame them for trying to continue. So it is going to be on the Inkjet looking for a few more splats and trying to give their team the numbers advantage. They will not find it, and so with a limited line, they are going to have to push up 3-3 on the map currently, as Dylan will be headhunting, bad intentions in mind, and a splat to go down right to the opposition, gets the splat with the baller, but the barrier is just a little too much to have to deal with, is eventually able to get a splat, but look at all of them let the squid bodies hit the floor, and that is going to be that. 80-48, I believe it was, on the board, the final score of this one, and you gotta hand it to them. Lychee, certainly not ones to give up without a fight, and persistence certainly paying off there. Vengeance, the MVP of that one, just in terms of raw numbers, just 18 splats, no mercy whatsoever.
Yeah, we saw Vengeance getting so many splats there with that roller. I love that, in that last part there, they Lychee, they were just kind of letting DC grab the Rainmaker and just kind of holding their positions and just waiting to get the kills on them instead of rushing in and just dying and then potentially giving up the lead. So I thought Lychee played that out really well. And for this set that we saw, it went Lychee 3, DC 1, so Lychee will be moving on to the next round, which I believe is Grand Finals, right?
Winners Finals. Yeah, exactly, and that's and it was it's a spot well earned by Lychee, and we can only speculate as to what happened between Enlightenment and Arctic Moon, because we did not see it. All that we can tell you is that Enlightenment did in fact win by a score of 3-1. So all the credit to the IPL staff. They do have a tendency to have the number 1 and 2 seeds make it to winners finals, at least for the tournaments that I cast. The grand exception, of course, seeming to be Low Ink on a fairly consistent basis, so it seems. But then again, Enlightenment, perhaps not entitled to a spot, being the number 1 seed, having to earn it for certain, but they will have to fight off against Lychee in a best of 7 set. And actually, this isn't double elimination. This is grands, I think.
Yeah, I think it is too. I think.
No, please excuse me. I'm so used to doing all the double elimination stuff that, well, I guess there's more than a few surprises that are in store for us here, and including myself. So Anytime you think that I know it all, just go ahead and bring that up. That includes you, Rissa.
All right, I'm on it.
Thank you.
So
that was sarcasm, by the way, but go ahead.
So going into grand finals then here, the team Enlightenment is actually a very well-known team that has used to be around a lot but hasn't been around a lot recently. So I actually got really excited when I was looking through the participants of this tournament and I saw Enlightenment entered in this because I haven't seen them entered in anything in a while. So I'm excited to see them play again. They are a very strong team despite not being seen in tournaments a lot recently. So since we saw what Lychee can bring to the table, I'm excited to see these two teams go up head to head.
So we are going to get to these two titans of these brackets colliding once and for all. Rainmaker on Mako Mart, but it's obviously when you have something like Mart where you have there are so many ways to get to the objective, and yet you kind of feel the way that the zone is lined up, or really that the map is aligned, just the geometry of the map, that you're also not necessarily pigeonholed, but there's a certain defined way that might be considered optimal. But then it's how the teams play around it that make certain options more viable than the other. So what are you expecting from these two sides? How are they going to combat each other? And when you're talking about someone like Char, who I don't really think we talked about nearly enough that last set, but really kind of the silent carry on the fourth map, just making sure that the defense was there and pointing that laser down the corridor so that they could not advance the Rainmaker any further past that point. It makes you wonder what we're going to see from these two sides, as it will apparently be splat zones on Mako Mart. Excuse me, but what are you expecting from these two sides as we approach Grands?
So the one thing that I'm noticing, so Rui Char is actually a well-known Charger player, as we got to see that last set, and then on Enlightenment, Red Rum is actually a Charger player also. So that's what I'm really excited to see and what I'm expecting to see. And in terms of the other players, I'm guessing we'll see Lychee stick to very similar for what we just saw, but I'm actually not sure, what we're going to be seeing from Enlightenment.
Well, if Enlightenment's name is any indication, we're going to see some smart, thoughtful gameplay at the very least, and that is something that novel concepts certainly abound when you're talking about the meta of Splatoon 2. We've seen so many things coming from really both sides of the big old pond in between Japan and the United States. So it'll be interesting to see what NA has brought to the table. Certainly at this level of play, we definitely see it every single Wednesday on Swimmer Sync. Got caught up a little bit in some electronic issues, but you know what? The lights are on, the box is locked. It's splat fighting time. Welcome to Grand Finals of Testing Grounds. As we take a look at the compositions, Rissa, what are you seeing? That's a big frontline heavy thing with just the Bamboozler, but that's a lot of turfing that we're seeing coming out from Team Green.
Yeah, Enlightenment has, Red Rum, instead of playing the Charger, is going to be going for the Bamboo. And then I like that they have, I actually noticed they do have double armor, so that's an interesting thing that I'm seeing right off the bat. But I like that they picked a Tri-Slosher for this map too, because this is definitely a map that people tend to play Tri-Slosher on. And right away, they got the zone. They have their their points going down. And looks like it's going to be up to Lychee here to try and work their way back into the zone with their specials. Unfortunately, their Brella goes down as they start trying to push in.
To be fair, I feel like every map is a map that we see people play Tri-Slosher on, but to some more than others, to be completely fair, as we see Nick putting in that work with the T-Tech, going to be approaching Rui Char, and certainly not missing. And with the Inkjet, as that has come out, the T-Tech defined so much of the Western meta in the first year or so of the game. It was the Inkjet meta, and we saw how that played out at really the first World Championships, and of course a couple other championships that when the international communities combined each other. In the West, it was the T-Tech. In the East, it was the N-Parries. And it's always so interesting to see when that collides. But it's always nice to see that the T-Tech still has a place in it.
Yeah, recently the Inkjet has been making a comeback, as we can see by that T-Tech. So I'm actually surprised that's the first one I've really seen so far. And immediately here, we see a zone flip. Lychee got the zone. They got the lead back in their hands, and this immediately took a flip on the other side. So that was great.
Redrum putting in work on that Bamboozler. You were talking about how deadly a backliner they are, but they are charging up and holding it down, making sure that no one enters in and trying to help cut down on the penalty. And certainly helps when those weapons, certainly those like the Brella and the Roller, can't get in to help recap the zone. The bombs are going to assist in making Redrum's life just a little bit more difficult, but they still have numbers up and certainly numbers on the map overall. 4-2, and they are going to cut in and probably take the lead. Nick getting the pick on the Inkjet, and they do in fact retake and taking the timer up to 90 as they are going to count down into single digits. Looks like the recap is not going to be possible, and there you go. A new age of enlightenment is upon us as they take map number 1.
That was a great pun, by the way. I love that. And second
that
of all,
wasn't intentional at first, but please go ahead.
I love that Enlightenment there. They took advantage of their Inkjet that we saw Nick play right there at the end. Getting an Inkjet over those ramps is really crucial on maps like this where you can get the Inkjet up higher, and that's exactly what they did. They worked really well at staying alive, and that was just a great solid like final push. It was really hard for Lychee to even come back in to that.
Yeah, and we saw just how prominent that Inkjet was, just in terms of not even getting the raw splats at times, but really just being able to reposition the supports and making sure that Char was never able to get comfortable, and making sure that Villy didn't really have any decent vantage points with which to kind of do that whole samurai leap off of the platform and come down with the splat roller. And even though Villy did wind up leading their team with 7 splats in that round, just overall a little bit more coordination and too much ink on the map coming out from Enlightenment. That composition with the T-Tech, NZAP, and Tri-Slosher certainly paying dividends in keeping the point capped for their part. And as we go into this map number 2, ought to be interesting how they fare. They had a pretty fast composition last time. They're going to need it again as we're going to the Academy and playing ourselves some Clan Blitz.
Yeah, this is a map that I think this is going to be really good to see how these two teams play against each other. They both are very strong. They're both really aggressive. This map just has a big open space, and right away we've seen Dylan take that aggression and get a pick right away, pushing up into Enlightenment's plat.
Yeah, and taking out the Tri-Slosher, certainly a good way to start things off, and going to get Miku as well. And yeah, we're seeing it 4-2 on the map at the moment. Nick flexing off onto the Forge. An interesting choice, and another one of those weapons that was kind of the preferred splatter shot for quite some time, and the Bubble Blower certainly is going to pay dividends in both the defensive and offensive measures around the basket. But the question is how do you get there to begin with? You're almost relying on your teammates in some sense, and as Villy is going to play a little bit of offense, maybe extends just a little too much. Still helping to garner a numbers advantage. It was 2-3 on the map, just a little bit, as they are all spawning back in and trying to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, that looked like the really good potential for a push on Lychee's side. They had the numbers advantage. They were trying to work to get the clams together. Good starting push there, but looks like Enlightenment is going to go ahead and start working to get some picks on their side. Get as many clams as they can. Right now they do have 15 clams on deck. But right as I'm saying that, 3 are going to go down on the side of Enlightenment. So it's just Miku up there trying to sit there, sharking there. We can see Miku just sharking there. And Lychee going to take advantage of this situation, push up, score some clams, and get a few more in while they're at it.
And that's Nick going to try to play a little bit defense, but there is not a whole lot of defense to be played when you are sitting with only one Inkling on the map, and they are going to reset the counter on that basket and taking it all the way down to 84 points. All the way up to 84 points, excuse me. Finally, they get the team wipe, but not without just going straight up into their goal and taking their splats. I mean, how are you just going to let people roll up into your home like that and kick their feet on your couch, bro? But they do eventually get the barrier breakage. A power clam is going to assist to getting it down to 60 and eventually 54 remaining. So that is 46 points on the board. They still only have 2 minutes to get even more as they are going to, as Billy, is going to try to shark out the competition from above, not before getting picked off by, again, Miku on that end zap.
Yeah, that was great that they were able to score, and then they were able to keep the basket on their side. But now, Enlightenment knows that they really need to work here and get clams to work to score.
Oh, look at what's happening here. They've actually taken the higher ground, and in trying to defend, they are not able, to defend the goal. They do get a barrier breakage. Does Red Rum and company, as the number 1 seed, are able to garner just a little bit, trying to inch it a little bit closer. They're successful in doing so, but Rui Char, again, with that triple MPU Bamboozler, certainly not willing to shy away from doing the lion's share of the work on defense, getting the necessary splats, and now it is 3-2, make that 2-2 on the map. They're trying to push this initiative forward, but still relatively even in terms of where the line is, so real chance of someone overextending and not recognizing the situation as we enter 1 minute remaining here on the Inkling Academy.
Yeah, and both teams here, we're seeing them try and find clams on the map. We can see both teams trying to work to get clams and keep them away from the other side. So right now, Enlightenment does have clams advantage. They do have 16 clams that they're holding on to. Ooh. They know that they need to work to get as many clams as they can if they want to secure the lead for the end of this. And Villy here doing really good at sharking and getting a pick. It's always scary when you turn the corner and there's a roller right there. So Villy getting another pick. Great second pick there. This is making it that much harder for Enlightenment to be able to push up and score.
And Villy's movement on that splat roller is nothing short of impressive. And all you got to do is keep swinging away. And just like that, what a natural. 4-1 on the map. This is how you do it. You get the barrier breakage, maybe cut down on the penalty, but that is how you eat up any last glimmer of hope. You wanted to make that comeback? Villy says no, and does so in emphatic fashion. That is going to be 84-61, the margin of victory for Lychee. As we take a look at the splats again, Villy leading the team with 14, Char not far behind with 13 on the junior.
Yeah, this is one of those maps where if you're playing roller and you're sharking somewhere, just like we saw, it's going to be so difficult for your team, the other team, to be able to work around that. And Villy was doing such a good job at doing exactly that. As we go into the next map and mode, though, it looks like up next is going to be Schellendorf Tower Control. How do you feel about this map and mode?
Tower Control, I definitely enjoy. Schellendorf, I'm not sure if enjoy is the word that I would use, but at the same time, it definitely provides an interesting dynamic, doesn't it? Because it's going to be a battle that's contested on the high ground, but the thing is that you don't really get to spam the splatling or you don't get to abuse the splatling or those chargers maybe as much as you would like, because you don't really have a place to conveniently ink. You only get to use it for a certain amount of time. So communication is going to be all that much more important, especially if you're trying to retake mid, or certainly push up objective enough to where you are able to maybe get in on the back end and help continue the push through that narrow corridor with a flank or some other sort of let's say undercutting method. But as we are going to have Vengeance, excuse me, I was reading the wrong noun there. Enlightenment kind of waiting to choose their weapons, not only for so long though. It kind of makes you wonder. I would probably give the advantage to Enlightenment just because of the name and how well they would do it in Institute, but really, you just never know until the game is played, don't you, Rissa?
That is true. As we've seen so far in the matches that we've got to watch, it can go any way. And right away, I'm actually liking that I'm seeing Red Rum switching to that Firefin Charger. So we're going to see some great sniper battles, I'm guessing here. And Rui back on the Charger as well. So this is definitely, like you were saying though, both of these Chargers have to be watching flanks, exactly like we're seeing Dylan here up top focusing on Red Rum the Charger, and that can be so detrimental for these Chargers when they can't help their teammates out. Red Rum though saying, nah, don't worry, I got this, and getting that pick on Dylan so that way their team can start pushing up.
I mean, both teams are running Firefin, so it kind of makes sense, right? You want to make sure that you're able to get those picks, but if you do need a little bit of extra protection, you never know if they want to counterplay Slosher trying to get up there. Nice job by Red Rum, is able to just line up the target and take their shot. And Red Rum, very seldom do they miss from there, and they are going to push the objective and get 41 points on the board on their side. Kiwi going to try to assist the push on the opposite end with the Brella, and there's only so much you can hold up to with that. So the bomb, maybe you want to run away from that. But again, just trying to garner as much of an advantage as you possibly can, and they do eventually get past the checkpoint. That's the key as they continue this push and looking to take the lead. Indeed they do before, not before the K-Machine takes them out in full team wipe. But hey, results are results. Can't argue with them.
Yeah, they did. Lychee did secure the lead there, so that can be definitely a pivotal moment for the match for them. But they're going to have to be on really strong defense here if they want to make sure they keep this lead and Enlightenment doesn't come back and get the lead from them.
And Miku is going to try to flank on the other side, and really just your objective is twofold. You're trying to distract and push forward the line, but really, especially when you're down, you're trying to maintain the pressure for another potential push as your team tries to spawn in. Simply not going to happen. Is overwhelmed by the 2v1 as the team in yellow, that is of course Lychee, is going to continue on and try to extend their lead and push into this checkpoint and count it down. But I think they might have been forced off by that K-Machine, and Kiwi gets distracted. Miku says, you ain't going to want to turn your back on me ever again, and is going to get an assist on that 2v1 as, again, they are relatively successful on defense, at least in holding that second checkpoint. The problem is, Rissa, they're kind of down right now.
Yeah, they are. They're having kind of a difficult time, coming back and working against what Lychee is bringing to the table here. So, right as I'm saying that, two do go down on the side of Enlightenment. So Enlightenment's really going to have to work here to group up, maybe get all their specials at once so they can get a solid push going, and try and work to get the lead. The lead is, not too far off. It's definitely attainable. So if they can work together, they can work to get the lead.
Yeah, and just taking a look at all the ink that is on the map, that is a lot of light blue that we are seeing on the side. Red Rum is going to have to work from a hole here and does indeed push back. They're going to have to protect whatever, and you do not want to have additional points being put on the board, and is going to get the pick onto Rui Char, but it looks like they're going to have numbers going forward potentially. Not if Miku has anything to say about it. Gets an assist on one and then on another. Gets the splat on another. But yeah, Kiwi has been so key to what they have been able to put together that gets the trade right around the point, right around the second checkpoint, excuse me. But again, one last push is going to be in hand for Enlightenment as they are going to move forward and try to get past that 49-point mark. But they're already down, they're up a squid, excuse me, as they continue to push. Dylan is waiting up top. Bad intentions in mind for the Blue Domain.
Yeah, Dylan up there sharking knows that he's very close to being able to hit everyone. The lead here is literally just hanging on by a point. Oh my god.
I thought they had it and then the wipe came through. Fantastic stuff. What we have seen, and Billy's gonna pop off the ink armor and make sure that that lead is there to stay, and by the thinnest of margins. I'm not even sure if Inkling have teeth, but it was by the skin of them. 57-56, the final score on tower control. And as we take a look at the stats, evenly dispersed splats across the board. Well done from Lychee. Going to go up by a score of 2-1. And as we go to Rainmaker on Snapper Canal, I gotta say, Lychee, it took them a little while to get going, but right now they are firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I love too that they had Villy switched off of the roller that Villy had been playing so much, but that didn't stop them at all, you know, coming off of something they're very comfortable with, and switching to, it's showing like how versatile they are, and I'm loving seeing that. Now, coming on to the next map, Rainmaker Snapper, I'm interested what picks are going to be coming out, because we see in a lot of these players switch up weapons kind of frequently. So I'm interested to see what these teams will be coming out weapon-wise.
I mean, I've said it ad infinitum throughout the set. Some might say ad nauseum, depending on who you ask. But if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I don't really see why you change what you've been doing. Perhaps going back to something like we saw from game number one, map number one, excuse me, from Enlightenment, that sort of rapid fire ink concentrated set where you have the utility to get splats, obviously with specials like the Inkjet from the T-Tech, but also the N-Zap to give you ink armors and the Tri-Sloshers. You want to be able to control the space, and you're going to want to do it as quick as possible. The North American meta has always kind of been concentrated on doing things very rapidly, but you know, you have to make sure that the efficacy of your pushes, it almost depends on the speed with which you do them. And yeah, speed definitely kills in this map. And Enlightenment, if they want to perhaps move up the objective as far as possible, as fast as possible, I would have to think that that's the way to go.
Yeah, especially this Rainmaker map in particular. Like, if they can get a push going straight up mid, that could be so deadly if they have that fast pace that you were talking about. So if they can work to take advantage of doing that, that could be really deadly for either team here. This Rainmaker map does have you can go straight up mid, or you can go around the left side as well. So either way does work. Now, looking at the team comps here, Oscar on the Squeezer, I think that's a really interesting choice that we haven't seen yet from Oscar. Billy back on that roller. Right away, we are seeing a trade come out from the L3 and the Bamboo, so it's a pretty even playing field here right away.
Yeah, and obviously it might just come down to the efficacy of those backliners, because yeah, you do want to make sure that you're being fast, and you want to have a backliner that's fast and effective. Triple MPU Bamboozler is generally the way to go. Red Rum and Kiwi are going to be in the ditto in that regard, so potential mirror match as a very quick 73 points has been garnered, and they're going to get this. Wow, pushing it up to 90 already into the zone, showing no fear, and only eventually getting the team wipe, while that Bamboozler is going to at least live long enough to see themselves charge up a little bit of special, but they don't even have time to reset it. it's going to be Kiwi trying to get a flank while they charge the objective a little bit further up the middle, trying to get points on the board at the very least, but Nick slams the door shut with the Inkjet on Dylan and gets the trade with Kiwi eventually, but that is efficiency that you kind of like to see, being able to work in and out in tight spaces as Nick takes to the skies and rains hell from above.
Looking here, it looks like finally, Lychee was able to grab the Rainmaker, or stop the Rainmaker push there, push Enlightenment back, but Enlightenment has the Rainmaker again. They are not letting the pressure go. They are not letting this momentum go. They are going to keep this up so that way Lychee can't get any points on the board. That is what they're planning. Red Rum here getting a great pick with the Rainmaker itself, and just holding the Rainmaker here, getting jumps for their teammates, and trying not to let anything stop them.
And certainly didn't look like anything was going to stop them at first, but then Nick says otherwise, say, hey, you know what? I get doubles when I want, and eventually is going to fall very shortly, but this is Miku now trying to get a barrier breakage, or at least whittle it down and make that barrier as blue as possible, just as a little bit of a contingency measure. Eventually it will be popped, and that's a lot of green bodies up there on the snipe. I'm not really sure. I guess I understand the rationale of it, but if they do decide to kind of swing out, I think that leaves a lot of room to potentially being exposed, especially if you have that squeezer and that end zap moving in and trying to push the line back on you. Eventually, Kiwi is going to get that pop shot in on Oscar, but it's still Miku hanging on to that Rainmaker. Villy is going to have to get this splat just kind of be in good position for us to get a nice little camera shot, so thank you, Villy. And that's still not a decent position for us to be able to... Oh my god, you really just did that to him. Villy, you gotta love that. You gotta love that. Is not able to get the splash down, trying to use it as the offensive measure, but that's just kind of the downside of it. Still, gotta love the roller shark.
Classic roller sharking going on there from Villy, and it paid off in their favor as well. So right now we're seeing a big fight for mid here. It looks like Lychee is finally going to grab the Rainmaker, gets, minor points on the board. Nick, though, popping up with that Inkjet as he does, gets a pick, and that's leaving 2 down on the side of Lychee. So it's looking like, right as I'm saying that, Kiwi getting a nice pick there, flanking up here into Enlightenment's snipe area. So this is a really good position for the Bamboo to be in to get picks and keep pressure up.
They just took it. They just took it and pushed it back. And Villy at this moment is going to help with the barrier breakage, but they are not able to get much of a push going at all. The Ink advantage simply seems to be on the side of the opposite team. So Enlightenment looking to make it a 2-all set. Villy doing everything that they possibly can to maybe make it a little bit more interesting, but that's going to be Red Rum as 15 seconds tick down, is going to get the shot onto Kiwi. We talked about how effective it was going to be to do well on that back line in the Echo. It might just come down to nullifying the other Bamboozler, and indeed, maybe it won't play out like that on the stat sheet, but in practice, certainly that seems to be the case. That is a lot of green ink you're seeing on the map, but there's a lot of points that you're seeing on Team Blue. 90-4 is the final score of this one, and yeah, that's Nick again popping off, this time on the L3 nozzle nose, but yeah, 19 splats, nothing to shake a bubble blower stick at.
And that's something too, if, Villy on the roller, a lot of teams will know, hey, there's a roller player. Let's try and just paint everything so that roller can't move around. Because I'm sure, Enlightenment knew how deadly Villy's roller is. So I think the paint that we saw was just really, really good on Enlightenment's side. And they did a lot of really good. That first fast push that they did, those 2 pushes that they did were really strong, and it was just really hard for Lychee to counter that and get a good solid push in on their side. Now, as we go into this next map and mode, though, Splat Zone's Albacore, I think that we're going to come out and definitely see, I'm guessing, the Chargers, because a lot of backlines do love this map. But I'm wondering, what the other teammates are going to be picking.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. I mean, we might see that ballpoint re-emerge here, or certainly any of the other variety of Splatlanes. We've actually seen a little bit of Hydra use on this in the past couple of tournaments here in Inkling Performance Labs, both for Swim or Sync and indeed on Low Ink last week, and indeed this very tournament. But Splat Zone's new Albacore Hotel, it's a dual zone map, but you also have to deal with that space in between with the bridges. There's no real way to swim across them unless you like swimming in the pool, which according to my sources, Inklings generally don't. So that's a problem that you're going to have to negotiate. And how do you do that? You do it with range. Obviously, you have those little snipes that are conveniently lined up with the zone as well, but there's only so much that you can do with that without help from the other three squids on your team. And as we take a look, yet again, we are going to be seeing Nick on the dually Squelchers, so definitely wanting to keep that mobility. But yeah, triple MPU, Nick always with bad intentions in mind, certainly is going to be Lychee that's going to try to counterplay them.
Absolutely. And Lychee here actually coming out with not just the charger, but also a bamboo. So they're really taking advantage of needing range for this map and mode in particular. It looks like they've already set themselves up in great positions. Kiwi on the bamboo was putting in work there to keep up pressure. Dylan tried to push up, but Red One was able to back up a little bit and cancel that flank that Dylan started.
Red Rum is finally able to get a cap and is able to push it down to 12 or so points and is still going. But yeah, they eventually lost control of the numbers, and Red Rum simply not able to get into a decent enough position to continue on with the offensive measures. And once again, this is Dylan making their presence known, weaving in and out with that splat wall, and that is a splash wall, excuse me. That's one of the things, is that yes, it provides you a little bit of defensive utility and gives you a space to kind of weave in and out with as those damage-dealing Glugas do their work, but that's also sort of the problem, is that you're sort of married to that one spot of the map if you're in a 1v1 or, heaven forbid, a 2v1.
Yeah, and actually, oh my gosh, I'm seeing Kiwi here on the other team. Well, Kiwi took a little swim there, but Kiwi was on the other team side of the map. That was just some insane pressure that Lychee was putting on there, and Enlightenment is having such a hard time at getting back into the zone. They finally get 2 picks down, so if they can cap the zone here, this might be it.
No, that's a full wipe there. No, I'm surprised that they even were able to contest, to be completely honest. That is a sea of green right in the middle, and that is a 3-2 going in favor of Lychee, making quick work of new Albacore Hotel. That composition with range paying off, and Kiwi rewarding their faith in the backline play with 9 splats and 4 to follow up by the next player down. So yeah, you can't really argue results, can you, Rissa?
No, you cannot. And the range there that Lychee, took advantage of that particular map and mode, that was great, because that's exactly what you want to see on that map and mode. So I love that we got to see Kiwi push up into the other team's side of the map and use their bamboo to be aggressive and be such a nuisance to Enlightenment. Now, as we go into this next map and mode, it's going to be on Humpback, Pump Track, and it's going to be Clam Blitz. Do you have any thoughts about this map and mode together?
It has big hills, and only one of them. If you get to conquer those, then you have to conquer an even bigger hill, and that's the opposition that's coming out before you, because you get some pretty decent defensive positions here on Humpback Pump Track. Now, if you do get that numbers advantage, obviously you can start to roll, but even then, there's no guarantee that you're going to do this without 2 or 3 super consistent pushes. Very rarely do we see, at least do I see teams just kind of roll in and get it in one go, unless the other team is just completely overmatched. And right now, from what we've been seeing from Enlightenment and Lychee, I see this one going the distance, to be completely honest.
I do too. I agree with what you said completely. This map and mode together, like, you don't see just one huge push generally. It's a lot of back and forth. It's a lot of, teams duking, or players duking it out in mid, over the hill there, trying to get picks on each other. So with the way that this score is, these teams have been playing, I think this is going to be pretty evenly matched. And if we see some of the weapons we have been seeing, this is going to make for a really good game to watch.
Well, that's we got 2 K machines coming out on both sides. So obviously, Nick and Villy are going to be strutting their stuff on this one. So Villy being taken off of roller duty just for now, and maybe roller sharking on this map is just a little too cruel. So this is perhaps a humanitarian move, but then again, when you're talking about something like the K machine and the utility that thing brings, the sloshing machine, I mean, just as a weapon itself, has always kind of been pretty decent. It's been the compositions that have kind of held it back. But when you have something like fizzy bombs and certainly, splashdown maybe not the best, but provides you a little bit of utility jumping in. Why not? Definitely, you can do some damage with that thing, and it's been shown as we've seen it pop up in top cuts time and time again.
The chip damage that it offers, especially for this big hill here in the middle of the map, it can be really deadly, and the fizzies that it has can be really deadly also. So the chip damage together with their teammates working is something to definitely watch out for.
Not to mention the stealth jumps that both individuals have employed. So that's bad intentions in mind. Nick putting in the work is going to get a double. I'm sorry to cut you off there, but frankly, that was an offense that got cut off pretty effectively there by Kiwi and company. Nick is already punching in the clock, putting on their hard hat and going to work. Kiwi with the missiles is going to utilize them, try to get some ink on the map. And off of this opening gambit, pretty evenly matched. The whole map has gone by, no barrier breakage. And when I said we were in for the long haul, might be a little longer than we thought. This could be a low-scoring affair.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were talking about. Back and forth in mid. Specials going on each team, back and forth. Map control coming out back and forth. But we haven't yet to see a team really get a big push in. Now, I do want to note that Enlightenment does have 20 clams that they're holding on to versus Lychee's 5 clams. So if Enlightenment can get something started, this could be really deadly. But it looks like Lychee's doing a really good job at putting in pressure, pushing up. Kiwi being one of those people that we just saw, but looks like Kiwi's going to get called out for that push up there. Dylan as well. So Enlightenment finally taking those 18 clams that they have, pushing up, scoring a clam here, and trying to get a few follow-up clams with it.
Yeah, and you know what? Yeah, I would probably trade 2 or 3 players for 35 points on the board, and you're already halfway done with this in terms of time off of the clock. So maybe this holds up, maybe it doesn't. Either way, it's just like they say in football: defense wins championships. And now, as we're going to see Kiwi try to help with this push in with the Tenta missiles, try to scramble the positioning of the back line and certainly provide some assistance. Kiwi is going to try to pop off with the Bamboozler. Red Rum not going to allow it, so winning that duel there, but eventually is going to be overtaken by Dylan with the Gluga. Stop me if you've heard that one before, chat, but the man is simply too hot to handle, too cold to hold, but it's going to fire up the Inkjet and help with this push as they finally get the barrier breakage they've been looking for, and is going to potentially take the lead. And indeed, they do, taking it down all the way past 60 into 65, only before Red Rum is able to get that pick. Are they able to stop the bleeding, if only for a little bit? And just as I was about to write off the possibility of the push, that's Nick with the Inkjet helping to come up huge, and the rest of the team following suit.
Yeah, great push there with Lychee. Now, it's going to be on the side of Enlightenment, they pushed up and they are counter scoring, and they have man advantage right now. So they are working. They only have 3 clams, 1 clam. They don't have any clams, but the lead is literally 1 point away. If they can get 1 more clam in,
they did it!
They do it. Great, and they are in that case, though, they do get a full wipe. But that was a really good counter push. They took advantage of that situation and they rushed up together. Literally 1 clam lead. This could go in any direction here in the last 30 seconds.
But they have to be careful here. Look at how quickly that clam counter is ticking up on orange. If Enlightenment are able to get 20 clams and accumulate 2 power clams, that lead is gone and it belongs to Enlightenment, and they will take it to a game 7. So it could swing either way. The last 15 seconds, this is going to be intense. Hang on to your clams, folks. This is going to get messy. Dylan, looking for the inkjet kills, is not able to find anything, but the missiles, not able to find one. It's actually, they're in a disadvantage, and we are going into overtime. They are losing clams rather rapidly, trying to gather up as many as they possibly can. And Dylan is able to get the splat. That's a quick squid advantage, but it's 3-2 on the map. They did have to settle for a trade, but not before they get taken out with a trade for their own. Are they able to get this barrier breakage in time? The clock runs out, and in the most heartbreaking of fashions, Enlightenment takes it to game 7. And saved by the bell are the only 4 words that I can come up with. Sometimes this game is just downright cruel.
That was crazy. I mean, we saw it there. They scored the clam, but the time literally went to the very second. Oh my gosh, and they were working to get as many clams as they could. They knew that they needed to get a clam in right away. That was insane, and this is exactly what we are loving to see in grand finals, because these 2 teams are just showing us everything that they got. They are putting in work, as this score shows. It's 3-3 right now. We are going to game 7.
I mean, it was Vince Lombardi that once said after the 1960 championship game loss to the Philadelphia Eagles, "We did not lose, we simply ran out of time." Rissa, have you ever seen a more potent example of such a quote in any sport?
I have not. That was one of the craziest Clam Blitz matches I've seen on commentary, because the score was so close, literally 1 clam away from each other. And then in overtime there, oh my gosh, like Lychee was working to do everything they needed to do to get the clam scored, and that was crazy.
I mean, now you have to go to tower control at the Reef. This is where team coordination is going to be so important, not just for the push of the objective, but also individual shot calls and team coordination on defense. You're trying to stop opposite progress as much as you are trying to garner your own. So now it is time to settle this. Both teams at 3, a map as wide open as the future is unpredictable. And in order to win, they're going to have to ride the tower. Let's go to game 7. It's time to settle this.
And right away, we're seeing these teams come out with similar comps that we have been seeing. Billy back on that roller, the roller that we know so well. And Rui on the charger. And on the side of Enlightenment, we aren't seeing a charger, but we are seeing a bamboo, and the Dually Squelchers come back. So similar weapons coming out. Looks like right away Dylan's gonna go down. Billy as well. They called out where that Enlightenment called out where that curler was, and they were able to pick out where Billy was exactly.
And you saw with the compositions, both with the Dually Squelches of Oscar and obviously with the Bamboozler of Red Rum, all that MPU on their side. Enlightenment is making no 2 ways about it. They are out for blood, and they will pick off two opposing Inklings there, as Dylan is going to be forced to Shark, is going to deploy the splat wall for support and is able to take out Nick, but they're still on the tower, pushing it past 64 points and taking out a few of the checkpoints. They are rolling through, and Billy's going to get taken out. Red Rum is going to try to get onto the tower, but is just picked off at the last second, and Oscar is going to continue this push. is able to get off of the tower as they are going to spawn back in and ride it and try to get past this third checkpoint. If they get this, this is going to be crucial. Nick is popping off, and they are going to continue down and get past checkpoint number 3. Is this how it ends? Nick on the inkjet, taken to the skies, fly away, all the way to 99 points. What a display by Enlightenment to kick this off.
You just channeled exactly what I was feeling. You just channeled it and said it. I mean, are you kidding me? In the first minute, getting the remaining points down to 1, Enlightenment is pulling out so much momentum, so much aggression. They want this so bad. And that was just so close, and Lychee had to really put in work to stop that momentum that Enlightenment had. But the tower is still kind of juggling here. Finally, though, Lychee getting 3 down on Enlightenment. They know it's just this Dually Squelchies here. Oscar on the Dually Squelchies. They are rushing him down, and they know that they need to work together, get map control if they want to try and get points on the board and try and get a slam dunk on this.
And Char, I mean, the picks are going to be so especially important here, being able to get those picks from a distance, but all too often finding themselves on the low ground, unable to get those positional advantages, eventually gets the shot in on Red Rum, who finds themselves positionally lacking for just a second, and the second is all that really Char needs, as they are going to spam those bombs and try to spread out their area just a little bit more. The suction bomb certainly useful on tower control, but is going to be picked off for just a little bit as they are trying to count down that checkpoint, and they are going to lose the tower. They do eventually clear it, but only 27 points on the board. That is not going to be nearly enough. They need a knockout win. Nothing less will do, as Rui Char is trying to will their team back into this and win it from a distance.
Yeah, finally they were able to get Lychee able to get past that first checkpoint. They do a great job at getting 2 down on the side of Enlightenment. Rui here working to balance this tower, getting that bomb rush off, trying to make sure that if anyone rushes the tower, there's a bomb rush there to meet them. But I love that Rui's kind of being very smart here and just balancing the tower in this spot, waiting for their teammates, not just pushing the tower alone. We see the jumps coming in from their teammates. So they know that if they want to work to win this match, they're going to have to play very carefully. But unfortunately, yeah, they do go 3 down, and Red Rum is positioned back on the tower. Enlightenment immediately getting so much map control and pushing the tower back.
And Villy trying to give him the Villy special with the roller, however, just got zoned out by those dually squelchers. And again, triple MPU, you only need a few of those shots to connect, and then you are in a world of hurt. It's going to be pushed back into the middle as the objective resets. They're only going to have 30 or so seconds to push up this objective. If they get a numerical advantage on the map, they will need this pick. The Ink Armor is going to come out and try to give themselves a little bit of sustainability. Kiwi is going to have this fight and is going to give up higher ground, and the push begins, and their run to glory is going to be stalled out. 4-1 on the map, and Miku, bag on him, kid! That's what I'm talking about! That's Enlightenment for you!
This is just last few seconds here. There isn't any way, really for them to come back from this. Billy gonna try and get on the tower, try and get some jumps in, but it's just immediately zoned out by Red Rum's bamboo here. LOL just on the tower trying to juggle it, but that's it. That is Enlightenment who's gonna take it.
The C9 is eventually pushed off. The numbers are too much to handle. They made a push for it at the end, but right at the very beginning, you knew what they came to see, and the numbers show for it. Nick, Miku, Oscar, and Red Rum, yeah, put that one in the mirror and see that one spells out. They were definitely living up to their name. Enlightenment will take it by a score of 4-3. They came in, they saw, they splat, therefore they are. That's Enlightenment.
Yeah, and that was a great grand final set to be able to watch with you, Stu. I mean, this literally went to Game 7. It went 4-3. Both of these teams put in so much work. We saw it from those matches. And great job to both teams. Great job to Enlightenment for winning this Testing Grounds number 2.
Absolutely, and really great showings from all of the teams involved. Certainly Lychee for making it to the point where they did, and the third place match was being contested between Arctic Moon and NA plus UE plus AU equals DC. We were just calling them DC, and really however you want to call them, you kind of have to call it as it is. It's going to be Arctic Moon taking third place by a score of 4-1, a little bit more decisive, but honestly, DC, for what I believe wound up being a pickup, not doing all that badly in this tournament whatsoever, only losing to Lychee in the winner's side, and Arctic Moon, a great showing for them as well, have certainly made their presence known in the swim or sink tournaments and testing grounds. Certainly no exception, but the day belongs to Enlightenment, again by a score of 4-3 in finals. We'd like to thank you all for joining us here on twitch.tv/IPL Splatoon, your home for premier level Splatoon action. Inkfair has been behind the desk. Definitely hit them up on Twitter. And Rissa, it was an absolute pleasure commentating with you tonight. Where can the people follow you on social media?
First of all, I want to say it was an absolute pleasure to commentate with you as well. What a great way to spend my Friday night. Everyone can reach me at It's Rissa High on Twitch and Twitter. I do stream, so you can reach me there, see me there. Where can they reach you, Stu?
Well, they can hit me up on Twitter and Twitch at Stu the Announcer. So that's, I think that is going to do it from us. Once again, the final score in Grand Finals, it was Enlightenment taking it all the way to Game 7 with Team Lychee. They gave us a show, and the day belongs to Enlightenment by a score of 4-3. Thank you for joining us here on IPL Splatoon. Stay safe, and as always, happy splatting. Good night, everyone.